Boom, we are live. 20 minutes late, not bad for me. You know how it goes, guys. Double banger podcast this weekend. We don't mess around. We are bringing you the finest breweries every week, mate. If you're not here, what are you doing with your life? There isn't shit else to do anyway. So, I think we're just going to get this one going, man. 30... I wrote down what episode it is. I think it's 32. 32. All right. What's good, y'all? This is C Certified Brewhead, and welcome to episode 32 of Beer and Other Shit, the podcast, Adjunct Series, Quarantine Edition. This evening, mate, I have a special one. This is an individual I have been wanting to connect with properly for quite some time. It has never worked out. We have basically just argued about lactose on social media for 2 years, maybe longer. But we're finally here, and we're not probably going to talk about lactose too much. I'm going to bring everybody right in. We have Noah of Beerism co-hosting with me once again, and we have Alex of Champ Libre. I'm going to do the applause button right here. Welcome, boys. Welcome. How you doing?
Thanks for having us. Yeah.
Pleasure. Long time coming with this one, man. I'm glad that, obviously this isn't the optimal. I would much rather be at the brewery sitting down with you guys, but, next best thing.
Yep.
Next best thing. So, we have a lot to talk about this evening. I don't know about y'all, but I want to get into the beer because I actually had one of these the other night, and I think it's my favorite of the style that I've had in 2020. So, yes, let's just talk about it right here. Let's tell us about this one, guys.
Yeah, sure.
Woo!
So that's not the good one. Yeah, it's a little darker. All right.
That's okay.
So yeah, this is Simplicité Volontaire. That's the special edition. So that's so we wrote a little like nod to the Czech inspiration from this lager. So it's an I was about to say I checked with a Czech guy. And apparently it's the proper stuff if you're listening. So yeah, it's in Czech. So it's pardon the accent. It's 60 minutes ledzak. So it's basically this means 6 months lagering. 6 months lager.
Okay.
So yeah, this is an old fantasy I had for a while. Actually, I think I started daydreaming about this a while back in Trois Mousquetaires, actually. All right. Lagering for like super long time. 6 months is like the way old school. Like at the very beginning of lagering, it was pretty much always 6 months because they brewed it basically in March.
Okay.
And put the lagers in big oak vats, like big oak barrels, in basically underground in special caves called in Germany it's called Keller. And because it was fresher, it was like, I don't know, maybe 4, 5, 6 Celsius. Okay. So, and they lagered like from March until like November-ish. So yeah, that's the way lagers were done in the beginning. Right. And that's an old fantasy I had for a while, and now it's real now. I'm so happy with this beer. And the design, I want to talk about the design a little bit. So there's like this vintage Dutch feel with this like Eastern European lagers inspiration, and so this is a special edition, right? The regular Simplicité Volontaire is it's a pilsner. It's the same base recipe basically. The Simplicité is normally lagered for give or take 3 weeks. It's pretty much standard in the commercial modern lager times. But we still, in the regular version, we still put a little bit of Eastern European oak. It's not like barrel lagered.
Okay.
But it's lagered in inox tanks. But we still put it's actually spiral, so it's oak. spirals,
I know the ones.
and we put the spirals in the tank.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
You've been
so
doing that
it
since
gives.
the beginning?
Yeah, it's very subtle actually, and we mentioned it on the label that it's lagered on oaks, and it's again it's a nod to the first lagers because they didn't have like stainless
Right.
tanks back then, so it's basically the only tanks they had were in wood. So
Right.
of course lagers were lagered in wood, so you'd get like little tannins and a little more spicy touch, and at first Simplicité Volontaire is the beer we were making since the very beginning of the brewery, and at first I always wanted to go for this very old school like not farmhouse, because lagers aren't meant to be farmhouse, but the like this in this in the region. It's not in Prague, but it's maybe, I don't know, maybe a half an hour drive from Prague. You get these small towns. It's the Bohemian region of Czechia. So this is where the first lagers were brewed, and yeah, it's they and of course back then lagers weren't as clean as modern inspiration. So I think at the beginning I went like probably too intense on the old school inspiration, and this lagers was not maybe clean enough in modern tastes. But we made a lot of improvements since the last 2 years, and especially since the last year with Olivier now. Salut Olivier, si tu regardes. Olivier is brewing with me. Yeah, and he's helping a lot. Annie, my assistant, is in parental leave. She had a baby in March, so yeah, we hired Olivier, and we'll he's so good. We'll keep him. We'll keep Annie and Olivier, and he's very into like old school lagers and well made like lagers, and we're having a lot of fun improving this, and it's yeah. And I'm talking and I'm not drinking. So
you got to drink.
I'll just pour one in it. So
well, I remember trying the first batch, and it was a bit darker. It had almost a maltier profile.
Yeah,
like a pretty sharp bitterness in the finish. It was still a solid pilsner. I think it was one of the favorites that you made when you like those first 4 beers at the time. I think I liked that one the best, or whatever. So, but it's been really fun to see how you made it evolve over the last 2 years. I've had the chance to try it a bunch of times, and the last time I tried it was when I came by and you guys were just canning it, and you threw me a can right off the line and cracked it open. And that was just it was awesome. It was like cold and just like
yeah. It's we're really happy with this recipe, and I get that pilsners are not like. They're beginning to get some traction. We're talking more and more, and obviously brewers are for the most of us. I don't want to talk for all brewers, but there's a lot of brewers that really love well-made craft lagers because they're simple yet complex at the same time. It's hard to describe. That's a little bit why we chose this name, Simplicité Volontaire. So it's simple, but yet it's a choice. To be simple, but there's still complexity in it, because there's this oak lagering, even in the base version, this whole oak lagering going on, and there's even in the base version there's a dry up. It's a little it's not as much as the special edition, but there's still a Saz dry up in the base version. And yeah, you're right, Noah. The first time we brewed it, well, I was alone back then, so I guess I could say the first time I brewed it, and it was in bottle. And yeah, the first few batches were darker a little bit, because I really So at Champ Libre, I don't have the system to do like decoction brew or anything, and yeah, well, back then it's the way they would do it, but now with the modern malts, you don't really. We could argue about that until next day, but let's not. Modern malts, you get the same like protein levels and flavor and everything. You don't need basically to do decoction, but you still from decoction you get a little color depth, and so I went for that, and I since I couldn't do decoction, I just like went maybe. Well, I was about to say maybe I went a little too intense on it, but I made a over long boil. So normally it's a boil of 1 hour, 1.5 hours. I think I went like 2.5 hours on the first. And for a pilsner, it's a little too intense. Sometimes I have these brain farts, and like. Well, so yeah, the first pilsners were like a little too rustic. Is that a word in English? Rustic?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, maybe a little too rustic and dark, and it was. But I in my mind, this beer was going to be never-ending perfectionism love story. If I say it's. And even now, Olivier and I were really happy about it. But we're always like, we taste it, and we're like, what can we do for the next batch? Should we bring this in the next level? Do we change like 0.1 gram per liter in the dry up? We're to that point now. So I guess we could say it's a good sign when we're not doing any major changes to the recipe, but always like, can we change the water profile ever so slightly, and make sure the water's treatment system and the brewery is like well calibrated, because for pilsner you need like super soft water. So yeah, it's and I'm gonna try to do a slow pour. It's not always easy.
Creaminess.
Yeah, but it's. Because for the special edition we did, and please interrupt me if you have other question. I can talk like that like for hours, and I'm the first to laugh about myself on this one anyway.
Well, I did want to say that if people don't know this already, Champ Libre has. Is it what do you call it? Is it a side pour?
A Luca side pour.
Or the Lucre?
The Lucre tap, yeah.
Technically, what's it called? Because I feel like if you Google Lucre tap, you actually don't get a lot of. So is it like a side pour?
No, that's the real name of the I don't know if it's the designer or the company that so it's LUKR.
Yeah.
Like Luke, but with an with an R. So basically what it is, it's a ball valve, but it's a pretty sexy fucking ball valve. It's like, but what it does is you can open it like all the way up, and the beer will flow like pretty much a normal tap actually. But you can, since it's a ball valve, you can crack it. And on a regular tap, you can crack it also, but you don't get the same effect. But with the Lucre, you crack the valve, and you get this magic unicorn foam of heaven. That, and in Czechia, in the Czech Republic, what they do is it's mostly like old people now that order this, but they have different like pours, and one of them is called a mliko, and it's basically you pour, you get this little mug, the little glass stein, and they basically fill the whole mug with foam out of the Lucre, and it's literally looks like milk. So that's mliko means milk, right? In Czech. So and what it does, it's when the foam, you're supposed to drink like this kind of pour, you're supposed to drink the foam, and the foam is so like, it's so soft and so milky, and it's like sipping on a cloud of Czech hops and malt.
It
And
really is, because it's like it's got this creaminess, this yeah, it's almost hard to explain because I guess it's almost like, you know, when you get a Guinness, for those who don't know, like they have a special system that pumps nitrogen into the beer, right? And that's what creates that insane creaminess. So this is similar to that, but correct me if I'm wrong. It's just the pour itself. It's not actually adding anything, is it?
So there's no like
the gas.
The nitro pour from let's say a nitro stout and Guinness, since they're the ones that popularized this, but so the stout tap there's a restriction. It's like it's a strainer. I think the right term. So think of it like an espresso, a coffee machine. You know, this little thing when you put the coffee on. There's like little holes in it, and basically you push like hot water and at high pressure in the coffee, and since the holes are very small, the water doesn't have any choice but to be like pushed with really high pressure in those tiny holes. So it's basically the same thing going on with a stout faucet. You have to crank the pressure and push it in those small holes, and you do use nitro gas, which so without getting too technical about it, the size of the bubbles is slightly like smaller, and it stays it dissolves in the head like very fast. Nitro doesn't stay like carbonated, so nitronated in the liquid, so it doesn't want to stay in the liquid. It wants to sorry, I have
you lost it.
Alex?
Damn, yeah, we did. So he'll probably just call back. This was happening last night as well. God damn it. I wonder if it was just his reception. It's like he said, I think he realized, because he was like, oh, sorry. Shout out to everybody sticking around. This is, what the world is. Oh, here we go. Oh, hang on. Is he calling? Is that what's happening? Oh, no. What is that? 2 or 3 in a call. Okay, not on this call. Either way, let's just keep talking, and he'll dial back in, or we'll get him back. This is fascinating, though, to learn more about the Luca stuff. It was really great to have it in. Oh, here we go.
Sorry about that, guys. It's all Jasen Gaouette's fault.
Yeah.
Dude, Jasen.
Did he call you?
Yeah, he called me. He wanted to talk about his lager, Gaouette's beer, on the podcast, and I think we will.
Do you know what's funny? Jason's been in the comments the whole time, so he's watching and then still
really
calling.
Okay. So
and Olivier too.
When we'll get to the Gaouette, because I want to talk about the Gaouette. So
the Gaouette is
when we'll get there. If you want to join him to the call, I mean that would be nice. But yeah, to finish about the stout faucet and everything in the nitro pour, you get kind of the same feeling. Depends what is your beer gas melange that you use. But the Luker really helps to, especially when you crack that valve, like just right. And it's almost like sensual, you know.
Well, I guess there's acquired skill over time.
Yeah, I mean we're a couple of friends from different breweries, and also Jasen and a couple of other guys. We went to Germany and Czech Republic last year, and this whole Luker thing, and the year before, others from other breweries, and went also with Martin Thibault, and the Luker love was beginning to spread, and we heard about it, but weren't that sure, and we heard about Mliko, but when we went there, we understood. It's something you have to experience to fully understand. Every time now I'm talking about people, you can get a pour full of foam, and people are like, this is guy like crazy batshit insane. What the fuck are you talking about? And I was like, no, I've been a professional brewer since like almost 13 years now, and I swear, pour like a full mug of foam out of this ball valve, and you will taste heaven. And people are like, it's hard to believe.
Have you played with other styles with that valve? Like, would you do your coffee stout on that just to see if it would give it like a nitro feel?
No, we haven't tried stouts yet. We tried mostly lagers, so the regular pilsner. We tried the Oktoberfest lager on it. Right now, we have the special edition. I still have a keg or two of Gaouette that I want to put on this, and I want to keep it.
Call me when you do that, please.
Yeah, I will. And Jason will be there, of course. But I want to keep it for the. Let's hope our grand reopening once this. Can I say shit on it's YouTube, right? So I can, yeah.
Yeah, you can cuss.
The podcast is beer and other shit.
Yeah. So once this shit of I say shit, I'm taking it seriously, but I think we're all we want to drink beer and together once again. But last thing I want to say about the special edition is that basically we did so the carbonation, right? The foam. So in our regular lagers, it's we use mostly. I say mostly because sometimes there's slight adjustments to do, but it's mostly done naturally. So it's called a sponding valve. It's a German term that basically towards the end of the fermentation, there's a restriction valve basically on the fermenting tank. So it what it does, it keeps the CO2 bubbles from the fermentation and basically carbs the beer naturally. So this is the way like Germans do, and it's a very like logical way to carb beers because you already have access to this free CO2, and it makes like I think better foam and better texture. So, and it's also better for the environment. So the most we can like save CO2, the better it is. So we already do this for our lagers, but for the special edition, we went a little farther. So since it was lagered for 6 months in big oak barrels, 500-liter oak barrels. So obviously it lost all its foam, right? All its bubbles. So how they did like back then to get foam is basically they took this long lagered beer and added some fresh lager wort in it and let it ferment a little to get bubbles basically. So this is what we did. And
they have to pitch more yeast, or how did that work?
So we basically what we did is we took the 6 month lager in the oak barrel beer. We added a little bit of fresh lager that just finished fermented, so still like a live yeast in it, and then added it was about a keg, let's say a keg, 30-liter kegs of fresh pilsner wort, and yeah, I was skeptical at first, and Olivier was, I think, even more skeptical because it's when we like wonder, not wonder, not the right term, like when we adventure in unknown territories. Yeah. So it's always like, yeah, you are you sure you want to take like risks with a beer that we're been lagering like since 6 months? So yeah, it's tasting like pretty solid in this barrel. So do you wanna? Are you sure you wanna like?
You wanna fuck with it?
Yeah.
And yeah, it was maybe a little leap of faith, but the science is there, the literature is there.
Right.
It's called the spice in German. So it's basically taking this fresh wort and re-fermenting it. It's a very logical and natural process. It's just take this wort that the yeast ferments and you create this foam. So
Cool.
yeah, it's the first time we did that, and I'm very happy with when you do like a proper slow pour from the can. You get this amazing foam it's not quite like a liqueur, but
you can still kind of get there a little bit. I keep forgetting to do it. The next one I open, I'll do that.
Yeah. So yeah,
Good idea.
I did mention a few places that in my heart at least, and I obviously I'm like preaching for my own place, but in my heart it's one of the, I'd say probably top 5 best lagers that in my taste that I tried in Quebec, and I it's not that I want to brag about it because I'm actually very proud of the team and especially Olivier that helped me a lot. So it's not that like I made the best lager or whatever. The team, and especially I think there's a lot of Olivier in this. So yeah, I have the right to say that in my taste it's one of the best lagers because I don't have that much to do in it. A little bit.
It's something truly special. And even the first time you tried this approach, because you had done this one before, and not to stick talking to this beer for the whole time, but you had done an oak version of this beer previously, but it was a bit different. Like it wasn't in a giant fooder, it was in oak barrel.
It was.
Oh,
it
was.
I think it was actually the exact same barrel. Because it's a neutral European oak barrel. We have 2 of them, and we did the first. How did we call that? It was a 3-month lager. 3 months lager, so it wasn't 6 months. I think it was it was not the same Czech term. I think I asked Martin Thibault. Anyway, I don't remember, but it's not very important. It was in bottles. It was 3 months lagering, but there was no fresh wort added to re-ferment, and I am pretty sure there was no dry up added. So this is So basically, it takes 6 months to lager, and then the plan is we make it twice a year.
Sick.
Basically. So every 6 months, so it's a special edition, and it's so it's a 500 liter barrel. So when I don't think it's going to be distributed. Well, I want to add more footers to the brewery, but we have to buy the land first and build a bigger brewery, and so it's a long way to go. From now, a batch every 6 months, it's something that I would be happy with, and I want to thank the response on this beer is amazing. So for a couple of days, I've personally never seen such hype for a lager. Maybe the Gaouette, Jasen, it's very close, but there's same DNA, right, in those 2 beers. So Gaouette it's a lager, also it's a wood lager.
Killer beer,
but
right?
it was so it's a killer beer. So it's a little maltier. The mash, the recipe is a little different, and it was lagered for 3 months, not 6. So sorry, but the Gaouette, we had a amazing response on this beer, and I think just the lagers we keep like um, getting out for a few months. Like I'm very happy with our lager game.
Yes.
Basically, this is
Going
what
well.
I want to say.
That's exceptional.
I'm happy.
I was going to ask the only question
It's
I really...
nice.
Go on, bro.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's nice to actually see, uh, let's call them like beer fans or beer geeks that come to the brewery, and they're not only there, or actually are not there at all for hazy IPAs. They're like since a few weeks there's more and more guys and girls that are coming and like. Yeah, I heard you're bring pretty solid lagers, and yeah, I want to try them. So yeah, so you just want lagers? Yeah. So we have this new IPA. Oh no, I don't care about IPAs. I want this craft lager, and I was like, yes, mission accomplished. I do love IPAs, but it's
nice for a change.
Lagers and saison. They both have a special place in my heart, and there's even this one guy that 2-3 weeks ago he came on a Friday afternoon. It was like, yeah, I'm gonna buy a 4-pack of pilsners. I'm okay, good. And we also have this sale going on the Oktoberfest. You know, you get $3 discount on the 4-pack, and he was like, oh yeah, I liked it, but I really like the pilsner more. So I hear you, man. I'm on the same level, and he says, you know what, I'm not just gonna get 4, I'm gonna get 8. So okay, good. So 2 4-packs, and oh, you know, man, so since you're taking 2, I'll do the same deals at $15 a 4-pack. And he said, oh, you really? I think I'm gonna get 3. I'm not even trying to sell you this, man. I'm just happy that you're loving on the pilsner, and so he gets his 3 4-packs, and he's like, but my girlfriend really loves it too, and she's gonna like steal me some. So you know what? I'm gonna get like 2 4-packs more. And like, okay, but you at this point you should just like grab a cardboard case, to transport it, and say, are you right? But I'm just gonna fill it with a case of 24 cans, and so he went in for 4-packs, and he went out with a 24. If you're listening, thank you. And he came back the next Friday, and he took a case of 24 again.
What?
And
Wow.
So he really loves like pilsners, and I think he came for the special edition, and it's nice to see people like loving craft lagers once again, because it's not. I mean, we could have chose to do a super like adulterated. Is that a word in English? Like when you super toned down lager, like that doesn't taste hot
like
at all.
Lager,
It doesn't like really bland, like.
Right.
To reach maybe a wider public, but I really wanted to have very well crafted, tasty lagers with a rustic side, and I'm happy to have such love from the fans on lagers.
It's
really
it's
happy
exceptional.
about it.
I'm not surprised at all, man. It's definitely a very, very special beer. I've just polished that shit off. It's amazing. What we should do you want to... I don't know how you guys are sitting. Do you want to get into the next one, or do you want to start on the story? Let's give people the context, your history. Did you want to get the other beer first, or do you want to get into the story? Depends if you guys got...
the other way.
Yeah, it depends how much more you guys have.
I'm here, man. I'm not moving. So we can. I think I have a tendency to talk a little too much on.
It's so good, bro.
On one specific beer, I could talk like 8 hours on this beer. So, but yeah, if you want to like just chat about the brewery, and maybe Yeah, I mentioned the Gaouette a little earlier. It's I don't know. Do you guys? No, I know you.
Noah
had
told me about it.
Yeah.
Yes, I've.
So that's the killer beer, the oak barrel lager killer beer, and it's the branding is so it's made for Jasen Gaouette. It was supposed to be for a special event in his life, but because of COVID, it wasn't possible. So we decided to brew it anyway, and he's the owner of two supermarket in Granby and Saint Cesar.
I didn't realize he had two of them now.
Yeah, and so he sold the beers. Basically, it was only our shop and his markets, and then we did a second batch, and I think a place in Montreal got it, and a place in Laval, I think, but that's mostly it, and it sold out. And again, it's a lager, and sold out really fast.
Very
so
cool.
it's very nice, and like Jason told me that like customers that are not really used to oak aged beers or anything, and then they were like, yeah, this is very good, this is nice to see a different flavor profile, but yet it's still a lager, so it's very simple yet complex. I love lagers.
Yeah, are they the
Yeah, well, it's like a lot of what you're doing, or I mean, not just you, but this new kind of rise of the popularity of lagers is taking older traditions and bringing them back, and at the same time, by doing that, you're creating, I think, a knowledge that already existed but doesn't seem to exist much anymore about how diverse lagers can be and how subtle, like you can add certain subtleties to it, and like just like this beer was aged on oak for 6 months, but it doesn't have like an extremely tannic profile. It's not super spicy. It's all very subtle. Like I got it more on the nose this time than I did on the last, but like it's really just a hint, and it's there. And it was the same with the Gaouette. I think the first batch was a bit more tannic, and I really liked that. It was neat. It was like drinking a lager, but having that different kind of dryness in the finish that you're not necessarily used to. And then the second batch, that was a little bit more restrained, but I think overall the second batch was probably even better, even though I liked that tannic profile. It was like it rounded out a bit better. Anyway, all to say that like you're adding, lagers as a style tend to be a bit more subtle, especially like light lagers. So you're adding like just like slight components that really change the way that people are looking at them. It's no longer like, I think people still have that notion of like, if you see a lager on the menu, it means okay, it's just that blonde beer that doesn't taste like anything. And that's obviously not the case. And I'm glad to see this new resurgence of popularity. And like at first I was kind of like, yeah, I like them, but now I'm like, and thanks largely to you and what you're doing, I'm now really falling for them. And I can see that the Quebec community is starting to follow suit. Like even this afternoon, I cracked open Harry Kana's Pilsner and I picked up a can. And wow, Richer nailed it.
Francis is brewing amazing stuff. Harry Kana is If you're in Montreal, go try his beers. Francis he's when we went in Germany. Should I mention this? So we were in Germany in this apartment we rented in Bamberg. Bamberg is a town. Well, it's a city in eastern Germany, and it's so the brewing tradition there is known for mostly Rauch beer.
Okay.
But it's very close to Franconia, so all the killer beer tradition, it's like half an hour drive away. So, but the apartment, the Airbnb we rented was in Bamberg, and we were couple of guys, 5 of us, and 5 or 6 of us, 5 in the apartment, and so there was a lot of lager involved, and a lot of. So basically, the Bamberg is now known as Bam Fart. So. Salut Francis.
You
Speaking.
guys want to crack open the
Yeah, we'll do it. We have a question. Jeff Lopez says, "How has it been acquiring printed cans during the pandemic with your suppliers?" He sounds like a competitor trying to get the info, Jeff.
He's a friend of mine who works in that industry.
Do you have like 3 hours to talk about this?
I mean, we could. I feel like
okay. I'll try really, really hard to make it as simple as possible. It was indeed complicated to source cans during the pandemic. So basically, what happened is at the beginning of the pandemic, we weren't sure how the sales would go. I mean, at first, in March, mid-March, basically, we had to. We're sure we had to close, like a complete shutdown, but like in the following days, we learned that apparently breweries are an essential business. So
very essential.
Beer is essential.
Damn right.
It's in this whole like food and beverage production, right? So and bars were closed, restaurants were closed. So if you cut the beer, also people would riot, I guess.
Right.
So we're essential, but then all our all the companies, the maltsters and the hops and everything were allowed to continue also because they were providers for essential businesses. So the canning company that we're working with, they're in Montreal actually, is Heartprint. So
I know that.
we're there. Most of the full print cans you see now on the Quebec shelves are from them. We were amongst the first-ish breweries in their clients last year. So they grown a lot. They grown fast.
Yeah.
But at the beginning of the pandemic, they weren't sure like everybody else how this would go, and they had like every basically companies, every business out there had trouble to have employees, basically, so staff, because a lot of people were on this PCU thing, and so staff, it was complicated. Back then we didn't have our canning line. We now have our own canning line, but back then we were still with can management, so it's I know them. Outside,
yeah.
So basically, you have to book dates like literally weeks before. You have to set dates with them, and if your beer is not ready, well, you're fucked. And if your beer is ready since like a week, and you cannot can it because the dates you booked with them is like next week. So basically, you can your tank's turnover is the beer's ready, but we can't can it. So the can management, they help us a lot grow, and I thank them a lot. But I'm so much happier with our own canning line now. And so yeah, basically it was complicated to get cans at first, and because they had staff issues, I think also. It was complicated for them to get staff, and then so at first when we ordered cans from them, we had like a 2-3 weeks lead time in last spring, and then weeks began to keep on adding. So it was now 4 weeks lead time, 5 weeks lead time. Now they're at 7-8 weeks lead time, and I totally understand that. I mean, it's it's part of the, and they had situation like aluminum tariffs at the border because of the orange guy.
Who's gone now?
Good riddance.
Good riddance, you
Fuck off.
piece of shit. Fuck
There
off.
I said it.
No,
That's
say it.
fucking
Fuck him.
fascist.
Right, he's a fucking authoritative.
I'm so happy. I'll drink to that. He's a,
Yes!
he's a fucking narcissistic
Cheers.
fascist, and
Fuck
I'm so
Trump
fucking happy.
forever.
Yeah. So yeah.
Eat shit.
And he's a fascist, but he also voted like tariffs on aluminum. So it was this was complicated because basically there's two big can companies out there. So it's Ball and Crown, and the cans we're sourcing via Hardprints are, I think they're Ball. But anyway, so the Ball production line in the U.S. basically was not able to feed everyone like worldwide because there was tariffs on aluminum and there was a raise of demand for cans because basically like everything, restaurants and bars are closed, so people drink more like soda at home and beers at home, and we're not like Molson. We cannot buy like 48 truckloads of cans at once, so we're literally don't have any leverage on this.
Right.
So yeah, the weeks kept on adding, and it's a challenge. But now we can source cans. We have to maintain like higher inventories, and we don't have place at all. Like literally, we're walking on like beside like pallets and. So yeah, I mentioned earlier that I want to like expand the building to have more like lager tanks, but we also have to expand the building to have more like room for storage, because when we depend on just-in-time deliveries for cans, and for whatever reason, and it's not always the provider's fault. Sometimes it's transport, sometimes it's anything. And sometimes it's my fault, and sometimes human communication is hard, man. It's hard. So sometimes you have to, when you don't get your cans and you're supposed to can on a set day, and so you're fucked, and it's complicated, and I'm a brewer, man. I'm not that good at planification. It's not what I want to do with my life, but it's part of the game, and it's been a little bit of a clusterfuck in the last couple of months because of many things. But yeah, the pandemic is definitely not helping on the cans, but I think it's now pretty much every business is beginning to get used to it, and because at first they had to like, let's say, re-plan like everything, and they had production shut down and everything. So I hope it won't be for a long time, and we'll get out of this pandemic fast. But for now, business seem to accommodate and get better to operate in this special new normal thing we're in right now.
Yeah.
So basically, we have cans now. We're happy, and but it was indeed complicated. So good question.
That's a good one. This beer is insane. Like, this is ridiculous. And Noah, I don't like, this has never been my thing, like farmhouse beers and stuff. And I've had the original of this many times. And it's always been like good, but I guess I didn't probably appreciate it because of where my palate is. But this is something special. This is ridiculous.
The nose has really blown up in the last few weeks. I don't know if it's just me, but like you get like the amount of pear and apple going on in this thing right now is crazy. And what's fun about it is it's very like kind of contemporary sour saison, but it doesn't have that abrupt acidity to it. It's super. Like, the acidity is very light, but you get the nose and you think you're gonna get blasted by some intense sourness, but it's not. It's very accessible. Like, you can really drink a lot of this quick.
It's so soft.
Really
so soft.
And it's all Olivier's fault again. If he's in the comments,
you're a genius, Olivier. You're a genius.
So basically, what happened? So we had the base beer, Éloge la lenteur, classic clean saison. It's not a saison brewed with spices or anything. There's no any shenanigans going on. It's just from the beginning of the brewery, I wanted a very clean saison with what the style was meant to be at first. It's a thirst quencher for field workers, basically. Yes. It's called a saison because it was the season of the harvest, and there was no like big trucks and tractors back then, so the harvest was done like by hand. Yeah. So they got thirsty and it's so the saison is dry. There's no sugar. It's super like it's meant to be something rustic yet easy to drink. And we had a few actually iterations of Éloge with different either fruits or even one barrel was a former herb liquor barrel, so it was called Éloge des Herbes. It was different, something a little different.
It was really different, but it worked.
Yeah. We had the different fruit versions, so one with griotte cherries. We had, I think, one with Camerise. Anyway, so Olivier was mentioning that he would like to do a breaded saison, and I was like, I love like this kind of beer. I'm in love with saison and everything, but at the time in the cellar we hadn't any like barrels with a proper good bread flora. So, but he mentioned like out of nowhere, I have a barrel at home. What do you mean at home? Yeah, I knew he's a very very good home brewer as well, but he had when I went at his place like last year, he showed me the barrel. I think he had two. So it's there. He was like in the last few years, like inviting other home brewers at home, and they would like do this batch and fill the oak barrel. So it's a big one. It's 200 liters. So, and he was like, I'm not planning on using it at home. So, but the flora is still amazing in it. So.
It really is.
He was like, do you want me to bring the barrel of the brewery and we just like take clean basic Éloge from the tank, 200 liter and fill the barrel and see what happens? I was like, sure, man. It's and he made me try one of the saison he made, one of the beer made from this barrel, and it was very nice. So. Yeah, so we did just that. He brought. Thank you. He brought the barrel from his home, and we filled it with Éloge, and maybe 4 months. This one, 4 months later, the bread character was very nice. And what we did is so it's a blend with a little bit of fresh saison as well. So at first, when it was very young, like Noah, I think you had it like maybe a few days after it was bottled. So it was already, I think, good, but by now the bread character kept improving.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's more. It's not really more intense. It's
No.
just more. There's more harmony. It's more.
Yeah. So when I initially tried it, I quite liked it, and you had a little bit of that Brett dustiness, but mixed in there, you still had some of the fresh saison phenols, kind of like.
Yeah.
So you kind of like, it was almost a little bit like they were battling each other. But now the Brett's eaten away all of that. I don't get any of the regular phenols,
No.
and now it's really became that much more fruity. Like the pear and apple. If you would have told me that this is made with like 30% apple malt, I'd be like, yeah, it definitely is, because it's.
I don't know. Maybe Olivier can comment, and if he's there, in this floor, I think it's a blend of different breads, but I if he's there, if he can comment, I think it's a blend.
Let us know.
A blend of different breads.
He's still here, I think.
I think it was only beer that went in this barrel. If there was ever cider, I'm not aware of, but
Okay.
it's very good, and I think it's not like bragging because I have little to do with this, so it's all I'm just congratulating Olivier on this one, and I think it's there with the very good barrel aged saison from Dunham and Ben's saison at Oval. Salut Ben, si jamais t'écoutes. I think it's one of the very good barrel aged saison in my taste, that I tried in last year.
Yeah, I would agree.
So he just commented. So Jason said Zelida was his home Brett too, and then Olivier says, "Okay, so ils are mis or cultures yearling." So they are MIS. What's that? Is that?
Oh, it's in French. It's in French.
Yeah. So ILS. I think that means they.
Yes.
Ils are.
Yeah.
Mis MIS. Then it goes English OR. Cultures yearling. YEARLANG. Does that mean anything?
Okay.
Or yearling.
So they added different cultures every year of breads.
Oh,
so they kept on, yeah. And that's the secret with that's basically what they do, and the whole like oldie tradition of bread barrel aging is you have to feed your flora. You have to keep like developing your flora. Because that's something I learned, and sometimes the hard way back then at Trois with the bread barrels. Sometimes you have a very, very, very good flora, and you're sure that the next beer you're putting in it will be as much as awesome. Not always the case. Sometimes you there's a part of luck, but I discovered that I learned that you sometimes you have to fill the barrels like accordingly. If you're feeling the flora needs to develop a little bit more, you could leave a little bit more headspace so the yeast has oxygen to develop, but the bread tends to make this layer to protect itself from oxygen. So it's quite complicated, but you can feed like fresh wort every, and I don't mean like beer, like literal like 1 or 2 liter of wort sometimes, so the flora will get like fresh sugar molecules to develop. So it's a complicated relation between the barrels and everything, but it's I'm so happy to be able to play with breads again, thanks to Olivier again. Something I wanted to do for a very long time, since the start of the brewery, because that's something at Trois that I did a lot and I loved a lot, and it was hard for me to leave this part of the job, because I knew that for at least 2-3 years I wouldn't have the time or the place or to play with bread. It's not, I mean, I could have done it. I could have done it if it was the direction that I wanted to go. Like, but I knew that the types of beer I wanted to do, like a clean saison, a pilsner, IPA, it was not very compatible with full-on bread program in the cellar. Alone, it was not just a good idea to do this, and I'm a very naive person. Hello, guys. But I at least I knew that it was not a good idea to go heads-on in a bread program at the very first months of the brewery. So now with the help of Olivier, we're able to do this. We also have quite a few barrels of beer that is, let's say, not quite sour, but let's say wildish, funky-ish, bread-ish farmhouse beer that is aging now for almost a year and a half.
Oh wow!
It's a beer. It's the only beer actually we made with an amount of our own barley, and because the first summer of the brewery. And I mentioned I chose not to go on a bread program at first, but I still had these like obsessions that these boxes I wanted to check, and one of them was to try to grow barley. And I knew that it would be like almost suicidal, like stupid to go heads on in this the first summer, but it's something I craved so much. I wanted so much to do that, and I had the opportunity. Basically, our neighbor, very old, I think 88 years old, a farmer, he had this spot on his land that I was talking with him when we did all this installation work at the brewery. And he mentioned me, I have this little spot near my garden that I could just, if you want to experiment things. And I was like, sure, I want to like try barley. And it was like, you sure? It's very hard. And I was like, yeah, I know, it's hard, it's stupid, but I want to try it because I want to learn. I want to learn how it grows, how it develops, what affects the barley culture. Is it rainy? Is it dry? Is it like wind? Is the soil? Is obviously it's everything. It's all these factors. Right. But I had to learn it the hard way. Sowed.
Sowed, I think it would be.
I sowed
the grains.
Seeds, yeah.
Yeah, like by hand. Like in French, we call in French it's called à la volée. Okay. So on the fly. Anyway, you just basically like throw them, but there's a technique. You have to learn the technique to spread them just right, because if there's too many grains in the same spot, it's not good. It will not be good for the soil and the root development and everything. But if you spread them too much, you don't have a good harvest. So
right.
So I did that, and by I think it was late in September-ish, the first summer. So it was time for harvest, and I was like, yeah, I don't have any like equipment to harvest that. So well, let's go on Kijiji and try to find something to harvest. So I found so in French it's a faux. I think it's a scythe.
Oh,
this thing like the reaper.
Yeah, scythe.
Yeah. So it was an old farmer on the North Shore that had this too. Actually, it was his the farmer's daughter, because the farmer was passed away, I think, and she was like selling his farm stuff, and I got this on Kijiji for $50. It's a. So I did it like by hand with this tool, and Paul André helped me. Paul André Caron.
Hey.
He helped me, and his technique was actually way better than mine. And so this barley was harvested, and then So you can just like brew with barley out of the field. You have to clean it, to remove the stem, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And if you really want to brew with it, you have to malt it, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
But we had not even close to enough malt barley to send it to a maltster. And I did look for techniques to malt it, and some home brewers are actually malting their own barley in it, and it's not it's not that complicated of a process when you know your basics, but it's the equipment and the room, the space that it wasn't possible to malt it. So I was like, yeah, I put so much effort on like this whole barley thing, and now you know what? Let's just put it in the mash anyway. So I knew that it wouldn't like ferment, but in the like old school farmhouse saisons and even lambics, you get these. Sometimes recipes you get these raw it's mostly raw wheat, but
Yeah, raw wheat.
sometimes raw barley,
Okay.
and it's a very small amount in the recipe, but yeah, this farmhouse barrel aged sourish beer is brewed with a small amount, I'd say about 15, maybe 20% of our own barley, raw barley, and the
Did
rest
you
is
have you tasted it yet?
yeah,
How's it? How's it
it's
taste?
very dry. It's very it's bone dry. It's bone dry because the sugars were like the mash was not very complex. A lot of wheat and the raw barley. The raw barley is actually like unfermentable as it is. But I was like, maybe it will give some rustic taste
Flavor.
to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, and I think it did, because it's a very bone dry beer, but the barrels were like quite neutral, because we did a few beers in them before. So by the time we put that beer in it, and it's actually it's not only barrel aged, it's barrel fermented.
All right.
So it's the way I did it, and I say it's still the way they do it at Trois Mousquetaires for Ceci n'est pas une gueuse. So
Right.
we, at least in my time, put the wort directly in the barrels and let the flora ferment the wort. So this is what I did for, and it was very young, but the fermentation was done, but the whole complexity and red character wasn't still not there. But I actually sampled like a little oak cask of this cuvée at our first farmhouse beer festival last year. Like not this summer, but the summer before, 2018 summer. So it was the name is Cuvée Mercieroise. So Mercier is
Right.
the town we're in. So, but it was very young.
Oh, I tried
But
it, didn't I?
yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It's something I wanted to try, and now there's obviously more complexity to it. Uh, Probably if I'll have to select which barrels are most suitable, because some of them are better, some of them need more aging. But probably I'll select the barrels that I like now, and maybe blend them with a very small amount of fresh Éloge, um,
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
and we'll see from there if we have other barrels that would benefit from aging maybe a year or even 2 years more, because this kind of very dry wild barrel aged beers. So it's not lambic. It's not even close to lambic, but it's the same spirit in the sense that you can age it quite a long time. And if you add, like, let's say 1 or 2 barrels of 3 years old barrel aged wild sour beer in a fresh blend or anything, you can get a lot of complexity. But by themselves, the very old barrels are like, not really. But in a blend, it makes a lot of sense as long as they're good.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to do a bit of a pivot here, I got 1 million comments now.
Yes.
Man, people have been commenting, and then I think because we're about an hour in and we haven't got to your history yet.
Really?
Yeah. No. Hey, look, man.
Really?
That's okay. You know, we're vibing. We're vibing.
I tend to sparkle. It's a real.
There's
all over the place.
This is not linear, Alex. This is not linear. We are just hanging the fuck out and drinking good
I'm
beers.
not linear. I'm not a linear guy. So
Man, no
I
stress.
always like
Everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Make sure you gotta pay attention.
Yeah.
Follow along.
I'm not just a small, like, how do you say parenthèse in English?
No one might know that more.
I don't know.
Parenthèse is like in between, like these.
Oh, you mean like parentheses?
Oh,
Yeah.
like brackets. Yeah.
I was thinking
Yeah,
like
yeah.
parenting, like you're parenting.
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a small
Zipping.
one.
That was great.
Yeah, I'm not an organized guy. You know, I tend to go sometimes all over the place, and I'm very happy that my colleagues help me sometimes to
Shut you up.
yeah, because I can, like,
Keep
but
going.
and I'm not in something. That's something I mentioned in French. I did an interview with Lima for the Catacet Virtuel. So it was basically a video chat like that.
Yeah,
I think it
JF's
was
thing. That was JF's
last week, and I mentioned that to Lima that, you know, I some brewers, a lot of brewers are like very methodical and, you know, like almost like biochemists and everything, and I respect that a lot, but I'm not that. It's just not me. I for the better and the worse, and there's a part of luck in that, but most of the time I trust my instinct, and I'm happy that the rest of the team, and right now it's mostly Olivier. He's more like methodic than me, and sometimes he keeps me like
in line.
are you sure you want to go in that stupid direction? But he doesn't say stupid, but it's yeah.
Keeps you.
And we're a good team, and we complete each other quite well, I think. And I'm very thankful for all the team to complete me, because I'm this, like, sometimes I mentioned like brain farts earlier. Sometimes I have these like bubbles, and let's do this. And sometimes it's not always a good idea, and sometimes I just need like staff to help me to organize things, because I'm not organized at all. So I'm very thankful to them.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
All right, I'll address some comments and then we'll come back to the story. So Jason was saying, when I said before about Zelida was the home bread, he said Zelda. It was the autocorrect. He said, we do a craft cider with his Brett too. Ollie's Brett is the shit, no joke. Ollie said, it's a mix of, this is coming back because this is coming back like 30 minutes ago. It's a mix of it's a mix of cultures. I blend some Dre Clozeni and some more. Sorry, the autocorrect fucked me. Bless you. Then Ollie says there's a little bit of lacto-2 in there, so in time, don't be surprised if it's becoming more acidic.
Yes.
The Zelda va toujours...
It's not lactose, Craig. He's not talking about lactose.
I said lactose.
No.
Wait, we're going to get to lactose eventually, trust me.
We will.
I've been looking forward to I don't even care about lactose anymore. I just care about your lagers, bro. I don't even care about lactose.
The big lactose showdown.
Lactose
2020.
Do you know what? It was like, it's so 2 years ago, I didn't even care anymore. Olivier says, the Zelda is going to always stay the best, though. Oh, look at my French, bro. He wrote that in French. I fucking translated that live. Look at me. French
Are
as shit.
they talking about the collab they brewed is
Must have been, yeah.
Zelda it's Breath of the Wild.
Oh,
Okay.
that's amazing.
Yeah. Breath of the Wild. It's
That's good.
I think they actually put an actual like Nintendo
Nice.
Zelda cassette in the mash,
In the
but
mash.
just out of like
For lols.
no, they didn't like boil it. They just like put it like probably
Dunked it in.
yeah
Dipped it
probably
in like a
like
milk
3
cookie.
seconds in the mash. The government doesn't need to call them. It's all right. I think it was just like for the fuck of it. I think they just like dip it in the mash
This
just
is-
to say that there's an actual Zelda game. in the
Yeah. I love it. Then
So
Olivier is saying to you, Alex, please keep it on a leash. Ha ha ha. And then Jason said, ha 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 ha. And he did like 4 comments with ha ha ha's because I guess he was enjoying that, telling you to calm down. But then we have a real question from Jeff again. And Jeff says, for your next gin, do you plan on growing any new botanicals in your farm space to create something unique? Jeff has got all the good questions tonight. Shout out to you, Jeff.
He's. I was planning on maybe trying that towards the end. That this is our.
I realized we should have gotten Craig a bottle. I didn't even think of that.
And it would have been perfect for
damn.
Tiff, Liquid Happiness. That's okay.
Yeah.
Because she could have
Like-
pushed it through her thing. But yes,
Next time, if you don't mind, maybe we can talk about the gin like
I would.
after the beers, or
I'd love to. I think what we'll do, answer this question, we'll do the history just so it's on record
Yep.
once and for all so people know. And I'd love to talk about the gin. I think the gin would be fascinating to
Yeah,
do
yeah,
at the
yeah.
end.
yeah, but basically
Keep it on a
no-
leash, Alex.
Yeah.
That's the episode name. Keep it on a leash. Oh my god, that's amazing.
I'm trying hard here, guys. My friends are
They're giving you shit. Bro.
in French I call them petits bums. It's basically it means like little thugs or little
thugs?
fuckers.
Bum.
They're yeah.
Yeah, I respect that.
I love you too, guys. I know they're fucking with me, and I'm that. Like I said, I'm the first laughing at myself about the fact that I talk too much. But it's just the way my mind goes. I start talking about something, and then it goes on and on and on, and then it's like 20 minutes later. You answered the question.
The question was about growing new botanicals in your farm space to create. I'm just gonna take a piss. Keep going. I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So the gin. So we grow most of the botanicals for our gin in our own little garden. It's very experimental, but actually it's quite surprising how you don't need that much botanicals.
I guess because they're the intensity of them, it doesn't take that much.
Yes, because you basically boil all the aromatic compounds in them, and our pot still is it's quite small, so it's about 300 liters. So we don't need a lot of botanicals to actually make a batch of gin, and we're selling our gin only at the brewery store. We're not yet like distributed in the whole like SAQ. It's spoiler alert. Maybe we're trying to figure out now how we could do that. The thing is, the Agricole, our hay infused gin, this is distilled with mostly our own botanicals, and it's from grain to bottle, right? So it's a very, because we brew a mash, a barley malt mash. We without hops, obviously, because it's for a spirit. So we brew that, we ferment it, then I have to distill it at least 3 times, and it's a very long and complicated process. So right now we're trying to figure out like how we can grow our distillery production. While keeping true to our philosophy of from grain to bottle, for this line of product, let's say. But I would love to grow more botanicals. Actually, this summer there was a test for herbs because I want to do like this like herb around. It's a French. It's not absinthe. It's because absinthe it's quite herb intense.
It's like
yeah,
wormwood, isn't it, or something?
yeah,
And it has that licoricey thing. Right?
And the seed.
But I do like pastis a lot, and I have this whole fantasy to make a pastis out of actual herbs grown in the garden.
Cool.
But all these things we will have like 200 bottles to sell at the shop, so it's like it's very complicated because each spirit alcohol product in Quebec, even if you only want to sell it at the front desk and you only have like 200 bottles, you still have to go through the whole freaking process of the SAQ. It's like there's no fast track for a small like craft product. If an agency wants to sell 12 containers of Baileys, like they're doing flavors night. What are the latest flavors? Baileys.
Pumpkin spice.
Yeah, I was about to say Mountain Dew Baileys. It's probably going to be a thing anyway.
I'd be down with that. I'd be down.
So if I'm this agency that wants to like submit this new flavor of Baileys, it's the same process for the small distillery that we want to sell 200 bottles. But there's no commercial profitability / viability in this. But it's only it's one, to have fun. Two, there's part of R&D process in this, and to learn like what can we grow, and if it works well, then maybe we can like envision to grow a field of this herb if we want to make a lot, So, but yeah, other botanicals, it will happen. It's always a work in progress. I will probably next spring the garden will be 100% botanicals because there was a part of experimental corn growing in the garden, and mostly two types of corn: a red corn and a blue native corn. The blue one is a native corn from First Nations, and the red corn is actually a type of corn that is used a lot in the best quality bourbon out there. So bourbon has corn in it. But the bourbons made with red corn have this flavor complexity, and this something I wanted to try to grow red corn. But probably that we growing things and harvesting things is complicated. It's a life learning process, and I'm
doing that on top of brewing and everything else.
And being a farmer, and starting a business. So this whole, despite like being a farmer is probably my ultimate fantasy. I will get there, but right now is not exactly the good time. I'm still learning a lot though. But this corn, especially the red corn, is quite promising. But we will probably deal with a local farmer grower very close to the brewery, actually, that will grow probably both barley for us.
Nice.
But I will have enough to send it to a maltster. because I don't want to do it myself, and so both barley for the maltster and red corn for our whiskey, because we already started to distill whiskey, but it needs to age. Whiskey it's a long age
What's
process.
the minimum aging process for something like that?
If you want to call it a whiskey in Canada, it's 3 years.
Shit.
Okay.
So right now,
for some reason I thought it would even be longer.
Well, 3 years. The thing is, 3 years it's a very young whiskey. It's a very basic. It lacks complexity, So most of the time, unless you're talking about like very cheap ass whiskeys, the better ones, both in the bourbon and single malt world, you have to go like north of 5, 6, 7-ish years.
Okay.
There are ways you can get very good for 4 or 5 years bourbon and single malts, but most of the time you need age. You can't like cheat. I know there are ways now. There are things with like pressure tanks with oak staves, and they pass the whiskey with very high pressure, and they play with temperature and everything. But bottom line, time is time, and you can't cheat time. In some movies you can, but in the real life you cannot cheat time.
Well, it's kind of like cooking, right? So you can take your slow cooker and get a certain result, and then you can take your pressure cooker and get a similar result, but the real foodies can probably pick out certain different, or like it kind of changes things a little bit. Like there's a certain richness you get with the slow cooker. The pressure cooker is great, but it's like you said, you're kind of forcing it in a way, and you'll probably have slightly different results ultimately.
I mean, sometimes you can play with the base recipe if you know you're going to pressure cook it or slow cook it. You can always add more ketchup, right?
Fixes everything.
Exactly, man. You
can't even go wrong. Ever.
Yeah, and sometimes you need to think out of the box a little bit. I mean, maybe you can pressure cook and slow cook at the same time,
and add ketchup.
All three.
And lactose.
Huh? And lactose. Yeah, because lactose makes everything.
Oh man.
Circle.
Circle joke. Okay, so before we get to lactose, I want to come to it. Let's just get it out the way. So, how did you get into beer, and what was sort of your beer journey, and then how did Champ Libre come about, man?
Okay, please stop me because this will probably be too long. But
okay,
please.
Promise. Noah's on you.
Okay, so
Noah's in charge.
Okay, and I was born in 19. No. So in college, I got really probably too much into the students' newspaper, right? Just love to have the opportunity to craft something, because we did all the montage, like. Basically, we did everything, and I had an interest to continue in the newspaper world. And the first job I got was in a craft beer journal, but it was before Bière et Plaisir.
Right.
It was a very small newspaper called Le Souvert, so it's French for coaster, the thing you put under the glass. So it was my first contact with the craft beer world. Well, not quite the first. My godfather is he's now working for he's a rep for Judiciel now, but he once he was the owner of Dépanneur, so a shop, craft beer shop, and he was one of the very first dépanneur to have a specialty in craft beers. So back in the days, you had his place called the Grand Duc in Longueuil, and you had basically Métro Joannette and Verdun, and maybe Peruso was starting, but I'm not sure of the days there. But anyway, so my godfather, he introduced me to the craft beer world, and then this job at the Suver, so I met brewers, and one of them was Jonathan Lafortune. He was head brewer at Trois Mousquetaires. So I met him, and I think that the contact was really good, and I liked it. I liked the way he was thinking about ingredients, like his whole conception of flavors and layers of flavors was really appealing to me. And so yeah, long story short, I moved to Quebec City with an ex-girlfriend, and I tried to and got a job as a brewer.
Right.
But it was it's weird. It's a shop, so it's basically a homebrew shop that had tanks in the basement, and it for a little shop like that, it was like 500 liters tank. So it's the size of most brew pubs, but no fermenters. And the thing was, the brewer. So my job was to brew wort and put them in like buckets, like
the homebrew
clean buckets. Yeah, and we were basically brewing wort, and the customers were buying it and fermenting it at home. So it was legal. You didn't need a license because there was no alcohol. The whole process of fermentation was happening at home for the customer. But that was my first actual brewer's job, and it was a lot of this learning curve. You're familiar with this. The learning curve at first, you go very, very slow, and then you learn a lot, and at the end, it's very
plateaus.
Yeah. But it's very long to get to the master level, and So, but at first, it's very long to get knowledge, and I worked there for probably half a year. So I did a lot of mistakes, and it's okay. It's the right time to do them. And I met someone in the newspaper that was actually a writer from Europe. He's a French from the eastern part of France in Alsace, so it's very close to the Germany border. And he was this writer in our newspaper that was basically each volume of the newspaper, he was writing about what's the craft beer status in Europe, basically. And he heard that I was getting into brewing a little bit, and he mentioned me that there was this craft brewery near his place in Alsace that was.
So Jason,
my friend.
Jason says, first of all, that Aragon cosplay in college, though, and then in all caps he says leash.
Merci, Jason. Je vais accélérer. So basically, he was I
like Jason.
He offered me this internship in a brewery in Alsace, near Germany. So I went there. So it was October-ish of 2007. So I went there. My internship in the brewery was 1.5 months. And then I stayed for another 60-ish days in Europe to travel to mostly in Germany, Copenhagen, Belgium, and in the end, London, UK. So I had all these major, like, old beer influence. Not Czech Republic yet. That would come later. But, you have this like holy trinity of beer tradition, So Belgium, Germany, and London, so Britain. So So that was a lot of inspiration for me. And then when I came back, he was not my friend, Jonathan at Mousquetaire. He mentioned me, we're probably gonna look for someone, but just not yet. So maybe don't stay too far. And I was like, okay. So I might not go back to Quebec City, and I went back to my mother's place, and so I worked at the Bedonden for half a year. So it's a brew pub in Chambly.
Mhm.
I've heard great things about that place, but I've never been myself.
Never? Oh, okay.
No.
It's
Heard
so
amazing.
and what is funny is that Olivier he used to brew there, but after my time there, but he used to brew at Bedonden, and it's a pub, but it's also a beer museum. There's a lot of memorabilia, a lot of vintage beer stuff. Nicolas is very passionate about collecting like old beer, everything. It's out there. You have to go there. Once
What's it called? What's it called?
It's called in French. It's Bedonden, so it's like belly. Let's say big belly, or it's a
Right.
French term. It doesn't really translate well. It's like a bedon is a belly, so it's a bedon is also a belly, so it's both words. So it's like saying belly twice, but in two different ways.
Gotcha. Real quick,
Anyway,
someone else says, someone called Pilonator said, this is in French, I'm going to fuck it up, but he says, l'histoire sans fin peut aller se réhabiliter. The history without an end can go, whatever that means, se réhabiliter. What does that mean?
He's basically making fun of me for
leash. The leash.
Yeah,
the
so
leash.
It's the never-ending story can go.
Fuck
it's
itself?
Basically my story is taking a lot of time, but it's.
And Jason said Bedonden, Bedon.
He said Google it. Goddamn. Thank you, Jason. I like Jason. Jason's keeping shit on track.
It was also part of the learning process. He's very, very, very crafty.
Jason says leash. Sorry.
Yeah. Bedonden is very. It's hard to get more crafty than this place. He's literally brewing out of 200 liter tanks of, I think, reused Sugar Shack tanks. Very crafty, quite well made British styles, and a lot of memorabilia, and a freaking awesome Scotch collection. The Scotch menu there is
crazy.
I've never seen anything. Maybe some place in Montreal, but on the South Shores, I'm not talking about like 12 bottles. There's like literally 500 different whiskey bottles
Jesus
there.
Christ, that's crazy.
Piloneta
just clarified. He said the never-ending story is nothing compared to your story. That's honestly, that's fucking hilarious.
Well, in my defense, I did mention you can stop me whenever you want.
No, you did say that. I'm just bringing this up as we go. Continue.
And by the time, finally, after maybe 6-7 months, Jonathan at Mousquetaire, he did told me that the time to hire someone else was finally there, and then I made the move. I started as an assist. I was his in the brew world we say brew bitch, so I was his brew bitch. Okay. So I was basically learning and then doing the basic parts of the job, but quite fast because the former CEO of the company left, and then Jonathan, who was the head brewer, became the CEO. So after 6 months at Mousquetaire, I took the brewer chair already, but Jonathan was still in the building to help me, and it was quite a ride there, almost
Yeah.
10 years, a lot of learning. We went, and it's nice because in your phone you get these souvenirs notification, and like last week I had the photo souvenir that the first 3 bourbon barrels that we received like 10 years ago at Tromsø, and and now when I left, I think we reached the 500 barrels mark,
Wow.
and right now I'm sure they have more, probably way more. They're still doing quite interesting stuff. I haven't had the chance to sample all of them, but they're still developing a lot of barrel stuff, and I'm very proud to see that they're keeping in this direction.
Can I interject for 1 second?
Sure, please.
Just because otherwise I'll probably forget. But I just want to point out, I know you haven't really gotten to a lot of what you did at Trois Mousquetaires, but I have to say that a lot of what you did at Trois Mousquetaires was pretty groundbreaking. And I think it kind of speaks to what you were talking about before of wanting to be ahead of the game, wanting to do so many things, wanting to be the farmer and the brewer and the distiller and the probably the guy mopping the floors too or whatever. But like like I think, and I don't know, I'm not saying that you don't get the credit for it, but I think someone like me who's kind of been around a little while now and kind of seen the progression of the beer scene in Quebec, like you created the arguably, and maybe someone else might, have more info or a different perspective, but like the New England IPA that you like that you were ahead of the game on that. I mean, like first with the double IPA, which is very similar to Heady Topper at the time, because I remember even doing side by side.
I have a never-ending story about this.
Yeah.
sorry, Jason and folks.
So like you have the double IPA that you created that was at the time quite similar to what was going on in Vermont, and then after that, you kind of brought the more New England IPA to Quebec when you launched your standard IPA at Trois Mousquetaires, which at the time no one was really doing.
No one.
And then separately from that, you did a beer that is pretty legendary amongst beer geeks all across Canada, and I don't know if you know that, but your first edition of Baril. I don't know why I'm forgetting. Baril Exceptionnel, but the side series at Trois Mousquetaires that was like a one-off barrel. So you and you can cut me off and change the story.
Sorry, do you mean the 1978 bourbon barrel?
Yes.
Yes.
So and you can.
It was luck, man. I have nothing to do with. Well, we just stumbled upon this barrel in the shipment we received for so there was the Baltic Porter, right? The regular Baltic Porter, 10% ABV black lager thing. And then we had this special edition that was barrel aged in both bourbon and brandy barrels. Back then the age was the age of the barrels was at least 12 years old, and some of them were up to 25 years of age, the barrels. So what this means is that the Heaven Hill Distillery in Kentucky, it's bourbon barrels. So basically they age the same bourbon, because in bourbon you cannot change the barrels. The bourbon has to go in fresh barrels when you fill them. So it was bourbon that was sitting in these barrels for in certain case up to 25 years. But one day when I think it was it 2015?
I would
16?
Say yeah. No, I don't think it was 16. Because 16 was when you had the year of Baltic Porter that had an infection. So I know it was like
Yeah.
either 14 or 15.
Yeah, fuck my life. That year. Well,
Sorry to bring up pain.
no, it's all.
But I
it's
mean,
all
if
right.
I'm not mistaken, the story was you have your. So for
Yeah.
those who don't know, you have at Le Muscatel, you had a beer that you released once a year that was a special edition.
Special
of
edition,
Baltic.
and then when we received it, and by the time it was literally a truckload, so we unload all these big 200-liter barrels, and there was one that was like a little darker than the others, and by the time so there's a code basically that tells you the date of the filling of the barrels. So it's 2 numbers and a letter and 2 other numbers, and the last 2 numbers are the year. And I was like, 78. This must be that doesn't make sense. Why would and I think probably because they're Avondale Distillery, they're not selling any bourbon that is like that old. Probably what happened is that they just forgot barrels sometime somewhere in the wreck house. So, and I visited Avondale and a few other distilleries, and it's just huge. Each warehouse, they call them rick house. They have like 20,000 bourbon barrels in them.
Jesus.
You walk there, the smell is amazing. It's out of this world, and you're literally walking in a cathedral of bourbon barrels. It's dwarfing, and it's mind debilitating. It's an experience that I will recommend to even if you don't love bourbon. It's very nice to go there. But probably they just forgot this 1978 barrels, like in between other bourbon barrels, and then we received it, and I was sure it was a mistake. I opened the barrel, and the first sniff I took, I almost passed out of like ecstasy, and I think I almost came actually. In my mind, I came in my mind.
Your mind came.
Yeah. The smell was like there was this
smell,
old...
this like huge semen smell that just like came right out of there.
No.
Seminal fluid as far as the eye can see.
No. It was like dark plum and almost like pipe tobacco, and the vanilla was very, very, very like aged. The aged vanilla smell. So that was amazing. That was without a doubt, let's say in dark barrel aged beers that I've done, it's without a doubt the best. And I don't have any merit for it. It was just luck. We found this barrel. The only merit we have is, and it's not only mine, it's my boss back then that agreed to this project, and I went to them and I mentioned this barrel is very special. It's a 78. The smell is awesome, because if it was a 78 and it's like doesn't smell anything nice, or you don't do anything with that, But the smell was so amazing that we have to do something with that. We have to do something. We cannot just blend it with the rest of the special edition. That would be like so sad to lose it. And they agreed. So they agreed to do this. It was called Barry Unique, unique barrel. So there was one barrel. So it's 200 liters, 200-ish bottles. So I don't have. It's pure luck, and I just had the idea to make a single barrel out of this, and they agreed. So it's a team effort. Yeah.
But I mean, like, just making that decision to allow you to do that probably had a certain amount of risk to it. But I think more brewery owners need to realize that can like really affect your business in a positive way, and I think it did for Trois Muscatels, because I think that project sparked your Barrel Exceptionnel project, which was when you started ordering in more exclusive, harder to find barrels, different techniques, whatever, and then just releasing them as small items. And I feel like that kind of elevated the brewery a bit. I mean, not that it really needed much elevation, but like it certainly
it was a growing trend, a growing process, because when I first started there at Mousquetaire, and we're talking like I think it was fall. Anyway, 2009-ish. Most of the brewery's production was so it's blonde rousse, blanche noire, so a blonde, a pale lager, but it's very soft Helles. Vienna lager, again, quite soft. Back then, there was no Quebec malt involved. A Weizen and a Schwarzbier, a black lager, and then sometimes seasonal, but I think at the point they started to do the Weizenbock, the Doppelbock also, and I think Jonathan did the first batch of Baltic Porter, but it was meant like, probably 20-25% top of the production of the brewery were special brews, and the rest was like pale lager, red lager. So, and fast forward 2013, 2012, 2013, the proportion was inverted. So the base beers, the pale lager and stuff was like 25% of the brewery production, and the rest were like Grande Cuvée and Série Signature. We started, as you mentioned, the double IPA in 2000. Was that 2013? I think it's 2013.
something like that.
The first time
13, I would assume.
Yeah. It's there's part of luck in that. There's part. It's a learning process. But back then in 2013, nobody was talking about hazy IPAs. Literally nobody. The term New England / Northeast IPA, it was. I mean, Trillium wasn't there. Treehouse wasn't there. You had Alchemist. You had Hill Farmstead. And Alchemist. I mean, Eddie Topper is it's not that hazy. I mean, it's more like. No.
It's a Vermont IPA anyway. It was never a New England.
It's not quite a West Coast IPA. There was like these beers, like especially the Sip of Sunshine and the Heady Topper back then. They really had this hop like dankness, brightness in your face, and we went there like many other beer enthusiasts, and the product was genuine. There was real passion and love in these beers, and we liked it, like genuinely like that by the time. And it was obviously complicated to get these beers, because you had to cross the border, and then you had, if you want to bring a case without like being like paying too much taxes, you had to sleep there. I think it's 48 hours. Yeah. So of course, as a brewery, and you're trying to find ways to, what's the better way to get flavors like this? To cross the border or just brew it, So you brew it, you try to do it yourself, but not as a clone. The double IPA wasn't never meant as a clone of Eddie Topper. It was clearly there was an inspiration, but it was the goal was to do some things in the same ballpark, but with our touch. And so this is why we went with this project. And the first fermentation from this didn't went quite well. It was probably, clearly underpitched. So the yeast pitch was not sufficient for an 8% ABV beer. And the yeast I chose from it was French wine yeast from a wine very aromatic wine, white wine in Alsace called Gewürztraminer. So it's a yeast that was selected to boost the aromas, the fruity aromas of the Gewürztraminer. And
That's
it's a
getting
yeast
popular in New England IPAs. Like Trillium's done that a couple times.
Really?
Well, I don't know if they use the yeast, but they add the actual grape
must
to it. Yeah, it's true.
I wouldn't say to New
Nice.
England, though. I've never seen it in New England. I've seen it in like farmhouse
Trillium.
or like wild beer. They've done it in New England, eh? Like a Gaouette.
Oh yeah, well, and even Cee and Champ Libre there. That's what they're doing with their
Really?
wine beer.
Okay, nice. That's great.
That's a yeast.
That's a good idea.
I actually still use that yeast in one of our beers, Épicentre, the IPA.
Yes, true.
That's the same yeast as the first double IPA I brewed. But long story short, again, it was way under pitch. The fermentation was way too slow, and we already called the date of the release. So we were like a little bit in a corner there. So I realized that I would lack time to do the dry up once because the fermentation was taking a little too long. Is when you under pitch a yeast, you don't have enough yeast to do the fermentation. Fermentation tends to get really slow towards the end, so you're like, I was planning on doing the dry up like 3-4 days before the bottling, and then we won't have that time. So what I ended up doing, and it was again part luck, part pure instinct, part we don't have choice. So I did the dry up during active fermentation. And it's actually the process of New England IPAs right now. It's you have to do a massive dry up during active fermentation. So
the accident helped.
I did not like discover this or invent this or anything. I'm not taking absolutely no credit at all for the New England IPA thing. But I sometimes in science, sometimes different scientists can find the same eureka moment, like without talking to each other. There's many examples in science history, but I was like, I never heard of hazy IPAs. And then you heard a little bit the term white IPA sometimes.
Yeah,
so
well, they were throwing that out at that time.
So basically, an IPA with wheat and yeast that tends to have more haze, but there was no such thing as big fermentation dry ups or biotransformation. And back then, any beer outside of the Weizen wheat beer world that was hazy was considered like unfinished, or the brewery is trying to rush his beer, and you had to get some kind of brightness, especially in West Coast IPAs and stuff like that. So it was. The thing is, when I did this fermentation dry up, I was like, fuck it, we already called the date, and we'll just see. And like, I think it was two days after I had a sample out of the tank, and I was like, holy fuck. The flavor was, I was like, there's something going on. There's something different.
Yeah.
And we ended up, the fermentation did finish, and we ended up like bottling literally like the night before the release, I think. And back then there was, people, it was a hit. We had I think it was the first bottle release like in a parking in a brewery in Quebec that was, I think Dunham did one maybe very close, maybe 1 week or 2 weeks after, and then Judicial started doing some, but I think it was maybe one of the first bottle release, and it sold out in like 2 hours or 3 hours. It was sold out very fast, and people were saying, it's very, very good, but it's way too hazy, you know. And if you're comparing it to today's standard, they will just be like shrug their life away because it's the new normal and everything. But back then, it was like, is there a problem with that beer? It's hazy. It's not. But I was like,
Clear.
I know, but try it, taste it. It's freaking amazing, and But there's a lot of good.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got a couple questions from the people, so maybe we get the Soleil Jaune. I'll ask a couple questions real quick, and then we'll continue on to the Champ Libre part of it, like how you started Champ Libre. We'll get there. 2 hours in, we'll get there eventually.
And we need to drink this IPA.
That's what I was gonna say. We'll do that now. We'll drink that now. I'm gonna go. I need to piss anyway, so babe, I'll get it. It's okay.
Sure.
So Jeff,
there's a good segue there because I was talking about the double IPA and then
going into
Soleil Jaune is a New England IPA, so I've gone like full circle.
All right, I'm gonna go grab it. Talk about that one real quick, maybe. Or should I ask the question, or do you want to talk about the Soleil Jaune?
Yeah, ask the question.
Yeah.
So there's 2 questions. One from Jeff that Jason said, Jeff, don't go there. But Jeff says, in your experience around and this is going to be a leash question. In your experience around the countries you visited, how important has the water proved to be a challenge here when trying a specific style that you want to achieve? Like, I guess that's saying that, like, has the water in Montreal been more difficult if you're trying to recreate a Czech Pilsner?
Oh.
Has that been a challenge, and how have you probably like worked around that challenge
in
45 seconds? Go.
Jeff Lopez with the questions tonight.
Okay, 45 seconds. So actually, Montreal region we're quite lucky. The water profile is quite neutral, very well balanced in the minerals for most of the brewing styles. It's of course easier to add minerals than remove minerals. Back then at Trois-Mousquetaires, the water in Brossard was coming from St. Lawrence River, so basically almost the same water profile in Montreal. What I discovered in Champ Libre is the water is coming from, I'm pretty sure it's coming from the Châteauguay River, someone told me. So the water profile is different, and that was a challenge at first. There's a little bit more hardness in the the water is harder. There's more minerals. So for clean malt profile like a pilsner, we have more water treatment equipment that what I had at Trois-Mousquetaires to try to strip a little bit.
Jason said
minerals. Yes.
Jason said leash.
I
He's
think
been doing good.
He's
doing good.
Okay, I'm just passing it on.
No, I think I'm quite done. Actually, the water profile is neutral enough for us to allow it. Obviously, in a beer like a New England IPA, you have to add minerals, but in our pilsners, we have to strip a little bit the water profile.
Okay,
that's the double IPA.
Is either the first or the second? I think it's the first batch.
Cheers,
and
man.
I had written like a little article comparing Heady Top.
To be honest, I was go on.
That's 2013 haziness right there.
I love it.
And also,
I uploaded this on September 4th, 2013.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And also, I just to fuck with the guys out there, this is a quadruple dry hop. So the trend right now, and the Soleil Jaune is a double dry hop. So
yes.
DDH. In 2013, this is a hazy double IPA with QDH. So it's there was and it's true. There was literally 4 different dry hops in that beer. The 2 last were during fermentation. No, sorry. After fermentation. So the two first, because I was, like I was explaining, I was lacking time. The fermentation was taking too long. So the two first were during fermentation, and then I had the time to do 3 and 4 dry up. So it's a QDH, and it's, again, spoiler alert, Olivier and I are, and I won't tell too much, but Olivier and I are planning to do a double IPA this winter, and this is going to be a QDH.
Woo! I love it.
Oh.
One of the actually the
And
first.
very quickly.
And
Yes, go.
Sorry.
Everyone's trying to say something. Go in.
I was going to say very quickly.
Yes.
I also want to point out that Jasen, who's in your chat there, used to do some photography for Beerism, and this is one of
Yeah.
the lovely shots.
Look at that, Jason.
C'est Jasen.
There, Jason.
The photo of the double IPA is Jasen.
No, the one right now in my background.
Oh, dude, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
It's a
I love
good
that.
photo too.
I remember when
Then yes, Jasen.
I only discovered New England IPAs at the end of 2016 from Ontario at Sawdust City's Juicin'. And then I wanted to do a video in early 2017 when I'd met Noah the year before. And I was like, I want to do, I used to do this video before we sort of were doing other videos on our YouTube called Versus, where I'd compare similar styles and see what I thought the best was. So I was like, I had a can of Juicin', and my friend sent me a Beyond the Pale Aromatherapy, which isn't a true hazy IPA. It's probably more of the Vermont style. And Noah's like, you need to get Le Trois Mousquetaires IPA. It's hazy. I was like, yo, okay. So I went and grabbed it. This is before, I didn't know anything about the style. I'd only had one beer maybe, which was just the Juicin'. So I was very, very new. So I went to this shitty dépanneur on Laurier here near Dieu du Ciel. I won't shout him out. And I grabbed it off the shelf, not knowing that that's literally the worst thing you can do. And it was 2 weeks old, and it was sitting on the shelf warm. And then I poured it, and I did the video. And I was like, this is not really that hazy. What the fuck? And Noah was like, and I told him what I did. And he was like, you idiot, what are you doing? Why are you buying a beer off the shelf? It's a New England IPA. And I was like, God damn it. And I've had it since. And I was like,
older than 2 weeks too. I think it was like an old.
It might have even been
for a while now.
Yeah, but that was lit. And you told me I still remember it, because I remember that day you were like, you dickhead. 1, you got it off the shelf, and 2, the beer was mad old. What are you doing? And so that beer has a sort of, even though it was a bad experience because I made the poor choices, I learned a lot and never made that mistake again.
There was a lot of learning on that style, because the hop aromatics are so fragile at room temperature, and I still have this fantasy that one day, and Jasen, you can show me your middle finger if you don't agree, but I fantasize that one day, at least the fragile beers, at least the IPAs, will be only sold in the fridge.
I hope so.
And I know that for merchants, it's not always feasible / possible, and I understand and I respect that. But they do it for milk, so treat your IPAs like milk. And
that's
I
what
don't
Noah
want
said
to do a segue. It's not the segue to the lactose section just
we'll get
yet.
We'll get there.
But please treat your IPAs like fresh milk.
Yes.
Please, for fuck's sake,
Cold
respect
and
the
fresh.
product. Let's respect the product. If you can sell IPAs at cold temperature, don't sell them. There's one exception. If you plan to sell them like very fast, let's say you receive like 4 cases of Bas Canada or Oval, sure, of course, it's okay. But if you know that the fresh IPA you receive will be sitting at room temperature for several days or several weeks,
don't do it. Yeah. I understand. I agree.
It's not. It's just, and I know there's a lot of complicated stuff, because there's economics behind that, and some brewery offer incentive so that their beer can be in cold, and they will like pay basically like bonus or rebates, but some very very few stores, and I think Peluso is doing that they're at least maybe it's not the case anymore, but it was that their IPAs are only sold in, cold. And if you're think about it, in the you go to a food market, basically every fresh product that is fragile to temperature it's mandatory. It will be sold cold. So of course there's no risk to poison yourself if you drink a room temperature IPA. There's the product will be good to consume, but it will the freshness will drop fast.
Yeah.
And I mean, you will see day to day a difference. And we did you see, if you want a very simple test, take a fresh IPA and put it on your heater, near your heater, maybe not on it, maybe it's not a good idea, but very close to your heat source in the winter, where it's you feel with your hand that it's hot. So put a can of fresh IPAs there and open it like only 2 days later, and it will be like spoiled basically. Yeah. So there's a lot of learning to do, and this thing I was advocating for this like literally 5 years ago with Ben Couillard from Oval. Both of us were like on Capsule Bière Facebook group, and we're like, sell your IPAs at cold temperature, treat your IPAs like fresh milk. It's something we kept on like beating that dead horse, but it's hard to change habits like that. But I think it wasn't your fault, Craig. There was no
education
that you couldn't knew up,
Yeah.
But if the customers, it's I know it's hard. There's economics behind that, but if customers mention to shop owners, I will not buy IPAs from you unless it's sold cold, I think there will be a leverage there, because if it's. But I'm probably I'll get some like rotten tomatoes thrown at me for saying that, but it's
no, you're right.
Trying to put Jason out of business.
It's true. I mean, I spend time and passion and money bring these fresh beers, and you're putting it on a shelf like at room temperature, like.
No,
that doesn't respect the. But anyway, you're right. In 2016, there was not a lot of, or not at all.
I think you were the only
New
one.
England style.
Yeah.
So we went.
Jason says leash.
There's a new leash, because it's a leash with a. I think it's that in that leash, Jason, I met one of the finest human beings of my entire life, and it's Dean from Treehouse Brewing, and he's a legend, and he's freaking amazing. We that's the year. It's a long leash, Jason. That's the year we went to LA for the Craft Brewers Conference. I think it was the year before the IPA, so it must be 2015. I went there with Christian. Hello, Christian, my former boss at Trois. So I was with Christian and Daniel, which was also one of the founder at Trois. And we so between you and me, if you're a brewer and you're being offered, hey, there's this convention in LA, would you like to come? Well, sure, it's in LA. I've never been to LA, and so the conference, the brewer conference, it was not quite downtown LA, but anyway. So we were at this hotel and we met. We were waiting for a cab, and there's this super new Dodge Charger that drives by, and the guy is he's seeing our brewery gear, and he's like, "Hey, you guys brewers?" with his Boston accent, and yeah, of course we're brewers. So you're going to the convention, so you can hop on in, and I'll drive you there. So it was Dean from Treehouse. So we met. I never heard about Treehouse. They basically just opened, and literally never heard of them. And he actually got lost. We went to like Sunset Beach or anything. I don't know. So we arrived at the convention, and so there's this lineup of beer geeks in front of the convention centers, and we're walking with Dean, and people are like, "Oh, it's Dean's Treehouse," and I was like, "Dude, you're famous," and
celebrity.
And there was like once the doors were open, people rushed for two places like Cantillon and Treehouse, and the Treehouse like hype was probably, I think they were like 2 months old back then.
Wow. Okay.
So yeah, or maybe a little more, but yeah, it's so I was like all weekend long, I was like fucking with them. Like, yeah, you're a star. It's nice and everything. And so anyway, we had a lot of fun, and we kept this relation, this contact with him. And I think the year after the convention was in Philly. Yay, Philly! You fucked the arrangement. So
came through.
Yeah, Philly. So the convention was in Philadelphia, and so we drove again with Christian from LPM. We drove to Philadelphia, and we contacted Dean from Treehouse before, and he was like, "Yeah, sure, stuff." And the brewery, and we actually ended like crashing on his couch.
That's crazy.
So yeah. So he's such an amazing guy, a genuine, like, big-hearted guy, and so we visited Treehouse, and I was like, back. So the hype was really strong at that time because it was a year after, and so he was telling us a little bit about. He's not the brewer. Dean is one of the founders. He's like the go-to man. He's not the brewer, but I met the brewer. The brewer is a little bit like, let's say, a Sean Hills type of brewer. Okay. Very introvert, and probably, and I absolutely don't say that out of disrespect, but probably a little bit Asperger, I don't know if I may say.
Yeah.
Probably not. Probably it's just my impression. Probably it's just maybe a little introvert, or I don't know. Probably not Asperger. Maybe I'm the one that is Asperger a little. I don't know. I don't know. But very nice guy. But I had a big crush, like a lot of US beer geeks back then on the Treehouse stuff. It was the first time I tried like super fresh, juicy, almost chewables like IPAs. Like, there's almost no bitterness. It's like fruits and everything and going on. It's like, wow, what am I? And we were having this reflection in LTM for a few months, so about releasing an IPA after the success of the double IPA. The double IPA in our minds was always be this special once a year release, but we wanted to release a regular IPA, and I was like, we have to do it the Treehouse style. We have to not necessarily clone again, but
be inspired by it.
Go in the same ballpark with our touch, and our touch, what was the Quebec malts? Our touch was obviously the brewing system is very different. And back then,
PL
yeah, sure. So
Jason says Kalis, Alex.
just for the record, I'm totally doing this on purpose just to fuck with Jason right now. So it's...
No, I love it.
But so basically back then, I mean, right now, you can Google new any IPA recipe, and you'll get like 5,000 like beer blogs or like forums or Facebook homebrewers Facebook groups that you'll have all the recipes. But back then, there was no information at all. How do you get this hazy look? How do you get this mouthfeel? So there was a little bit of information about the water profile, a little bit of information about dry hopping during fermentation, and obviously, like I said, I discovered this a little bit by mistake for the double IPA. So I knew the yeast, of course, is important and everything. So I was trying to put all the pieces on the puzzle. So yeah, and again, the merit is also to my former team and the owners of Trois Mousquetaires that agreed to go in that way, because they could have decided to be more like play it safe, and release a traditional West Coast IPA, but this crazy new thing of IPA that are mostly aromatic and very hazy and everything. So it was it was a nice thing. And fast forward 2020, we're releasing Soleil Jaune now.
Yes,
that is our first the leash is done.
it's not the first.
Yeah.
Jeff Lopez, I'll bring you one of these tomorrow from all your comments.
Yeah, honestly, Alex, man, this is fucking exceptional. I had this. I split it with Tiff's cousin who lives in our building. He works for us, and I had this, and then I had, I'm not going to say their name, but I had the most hyped haze right afterwards from Montreal, and this was better.
Wow.
So this is an exceptional beer from a nerdy haze boy, mate. Respect. You've like all three of these are so fucking dope.
You guys really nailed this release.
I'm so impressed, man. Like
I feel. Thank you. I feel that we're on our spot right now. There was a lot of challenges starting the brewery, and I honestly I had doubts on myself because I was this almost 10 years experienced brewer starting his own project, and it was like a dream project. It's partly a farm brewery, partly a distillery, building a brew house from scratch, and basically having the opportunity to do all the setup that I want, and that was a lot of energy. And yeah, back then my daughter was 6 months old, so that not to complain or anything, but that took a toll on my ability to concentrate on really like perfectioning my art, if I may say. The start of the brewery, I mean, I absolutely don't regret anything, but I think that I could have used more time. But we had obviously, like many startup breweries, constraints. We had bills to pay, and yeah, I could have used more time to set up the brewery a little bit more like I wanted. And I think with time, I think I could say that some things were rushed a little, and I was not on my spot, and now with the help of all the team and especially Olivier, we're able as a team to be a little bit more focused on what we want to achieve exactly. And it's why, like I said, I don't regret a thing. I think since the beginning of Champ Libre in 2018, there was a lot of good things that I'm proud of, but I was always like, I know I can do better. But I don't have time to focus on doing what I need to do to bring this to the next level. Now I think we, as a team, we have more time to bring this to the next level, and I think we have a very high quality saison with Brett. We have a amazing 6 months lagering pilsner, and we have I think we have a very good New England IPA. A lot of people asked us why did you wait so long to do a New England IPA? Is the best selling style, blah blah blah. So we did,
but you didn't. You did it early on.
We did Soleil Jaune in bottles.
I had the original.
The brewery.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was not.
It wasn't
branded,
it wasn't as hazy as this though. Sorry to cut you off, man. But
it wasn't as hazy.
It was funny, Craig, because when I posted about this, there was a guy who was commenting on my posts, talking about how much he loves this version, and then the last version he didn't find it very hazy. And then I was like, in my mind, I'm like, it was just as hazy. It was different. I like this version better, but it was crazy hazy. And then I went back and I found the video that you made, because I had given you a bottle, and I was like, I'm not crazy, because like, and you're pouring out, and it was pretty hazy.
So maybe it didn't have the New England characteristics
quite as much as this.
Yeah. So this is probably why this is
fast. Maybe did like the flocculation just like die out or something.
The yeast was not the same, and the hopping sequence. Now, obviously, it's a double dry up, so the hopping sequence was not the same, and it's the mash bill change.
That phenolic thing came through in it. I remember that too.
Yeah.
I do recall that. And I think that's why I was more impressed with this, because I remember the original. Then it almost threw me off. I was like, "Is this a Soleil Jaune? That sounds really familiar." But because the branding of this can was so different to the original bottle, I didn't immediately connect it. And when I cracked it, Noah already told me all of this stuff was amazing. So I kind of went into this with high expectations, and no shit, like every single thing blew it out of the water though. Like, it's not even like it's art. It's fucking insane, dude. Like, and Olivier's saying right now, really proud of this release. The future is looking good. Yeah. I'm like, now you guys just honestly, the two of you, I've heard a lot about Olivier now. Like, you guys fucking killed this, and this is exceptional.
Olivier,
like, I'm so impressed.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Greg. Olivier should go to sleep because he's going to get father any second now. Maybe even this tonight.
Really? Hey, he's gonna get used to no sleep though, right? Hey, cheers, Olivier. Cheers, brother.
Well just start training your body.
Yeah, right. Just sleep none. He said not the same recipe, same hop though.
No, actually, the Soleil Jaune was even in bottle. It was 100% Amarillo hops.
Okay.
That's why even though the recipe went through a pretty solid makeover, we felt okay with keeping the same name, because there was the Amarillo thing that we wanted to highlight, and also the fact that the mash bill features quite a lot of so it's a oat malt. So it's called Golden Naked Oat. I like this name. It's just beautiful name, Golden Naked Oat.
I love
it. Yeah. So it's basically oats without the husk, and it's malted to a golden, not very caramel, but it's very. There's a sweetness to it, and it's. I think some granola cereals have some of that. There's a taste of sweet oat that is quite unique to this malt, the golden naked oat, and there's quite a lot of it in the Soleil Jaune. So this element and the Amarillo thing going on was why we felt okay.
Olivia says, "Please stop revealing our secrets."
I said quite a lot. I didn't say like exactly the.
Olivier and Jason have been killing me tonight. These guys are fucking hilarious.
I love them a lot. They are my dear friends, and they have a good heart and a good passion inside them.
Yeah.
Inside them.
Inside them is fun.
They're good buddies, and we can fuck. No, no, it's not what I want to say. I was about to say we can se tirer la pipe in French. Fuck with each other, but it doesn't. We can fuck with each other, but it doesn't sound like what I want to say.
Yeah, it's like you can fuck around. You can give each other shit.
We can fuck around.
Yeah,
exactly.
There you
go.
Yeah,
basically the new Soleil Jaune version. So new yeast. The hop profile was we worked to get to this New England level, and now so it's been 1 week now, and it's kept cold always because it's like milk. You keep that shit cold.
Oh yeah.
So you will get, because at first there was still a lot of hops particle in suspension, but now they're dropping. So you there's a little bit less hop burn, and the color is under the right light. The color is amazing. It matches almost exactly the yellow on the can. I'm in love with that color. Yeah, it's
pretty close.
I'm just happy with, and there's a few Easter eggs on that can also. There's so because the first label of the Soleil Jaune in bottles, that was this wide boat view from the top, with this aqua color, tropical sea going on. So we wanted to change that, but keep the same spirit. So it's a photo with a different boat, but I wanted to add a dolphin, and it's again it's a nod to Paul-André Caron. I guess when you're part owner of a brewery, this is the kind of thing you can do, is like choose to fuck with one of your buddy just by adding a dolphin on the can. He's probably the only one.
Oh, down the bottom. That's really subtle.
Because he introduced me to this Facebook group that is posting like super cheesy dolphin photos, and
you have the passion dolphin in the back.
Yeah.
Where?
So we're super into like cheesy dolphin photos, and it's just I know it's stupid, but it's And on the I just like to have like little Easter eggs sometimes, and it's something of the geek culture that I like, to add some little things that maybe just a group of 5 people will get, but this will make their day, and I just like that. Yeah.
Okay, I love that.
Any more comments there?
Jason said "bam farts," and then he said "pull." I have another question, but I feel like this is related to the lactose, so I don't know if we want to go there yet.
I have actually 14% battery on my iPad, so I could still switch. I mean, if the battery dies, I could switch to the iPhone.
Okay.
Do you want to do that now just to be safe?
Oh well, we have 14%, so I think we're good for.
Okay, I still want to get how Champ Libre, because normally I really like to get the history of the brewery, so I want to get Champ Libre, but like how it came about. But the question here from Hop Citizen, he says, "What's the worst thing to put in a beer? For example, pumpkin season just came around. I'm not a fan of that." So I already know what your answer was, so I was kind of like, well,
the Hop Citizen is that it's Dwayne, right?
Dwayne, yeah,
yes,
yeah. Hey, Dwayne. Worst thing to put in beer. Can I say semen? No.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
No.
Semen's great though.
It's a bad joke. No, but we did. So it was in Cannes. So it must be 2019. We did a saison with actual. Wait. It was called saison lactée. So it was.
Yes, Craig had it.
Yeah.
And so did
So
I.
It was not lactose, but
Tell me, can you explain?
Technically, I guess they're
why? Why is it not lactose? Because I think I researched it. Just because you and me were going.
Yes, there is lactose in it.
Oh, I think he's right.
Yeah.
Oh, you're there. I was. That was in our peak, like giving each other shit online, and I'm actually really happy to talk to you normally and not about lactose, to be honest, because I don't care. But at the time, anytime it was to do with Alex, you were giving me shit, I was giving you shit about lactose. So I saw you did this saison with buttermilk, and I was like, lactose. He put lactose in beer. I gotta give him shit. So I think I googled it and looked what buttermilk was, and it's when you you separate cream, and it's the watery substance that comes out of the milk to leave the rest, and that watery substance is a derivative of lactose. So is it directly lactose? Probably not, but does it have lactose in it?
So lactose is basically the sugar content of a milk product, and the whey is basically the protein-ish content of the milk. Okay. So it's a little different, but it's never like 100% pure. The way we had was from a cheesemaker.
Okay.
They make cheese, but it's laiterie Chagnon.
Okay.
So they make ice cream and milk and everything. So it was that the worst thing to put in beer? Olivier would probably say yes. He didn't like that one. I was curious enough to try it, and I'm happy enough with how it went, because we got some fruity notes out of the whey in fermentation that I wasn't expecting. There was this pear notes, apple notes, almost peach notes that were quite interesting, and it was a very different experience to try. But the worst thing to put in a beer that I've put was a joke video I did with the Atman Bros.
I know, yes.
I remember
that. That was back in the day with when Epic Meal Time was the hype. Epic Meal Time.
Oh yeah. It's from here. It's from Montreal.
Yeah.
Hell yes, yeah.
It's so. So the Epic Meal Times are putting like way too much bacon or meat, and it's good times in their recipe. Yeah. So with the Atman brothers, we did. It was a joke. It was really a joke, but the video was awesome. It was a Imperial Stout with sriracha sauce and actual bacon.
Okay. In the mash.
In the boil. In the boil. So there was this greasy layer with the. It was disgusting.
Disgusting.
That's the worst thing to put in a beer.
That's the worst thing.
And if you let me, I'll be right back. And if you want to say things
about lactose,
or maybe I have a challenge for you.
Okay.
I leave. for 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You discuss about a trend, a beer trend.
Yeah.
And when I come back, I have to guess that beer trend. All right?
Okay. We can do that. Let's go. Let's do it.
Let's go.
I guess we can't talk about lactose.
I guess not.
Or we could, because
Too obvious.
But maybe the obvious he won't guess. What's the
beer
trend?
Well, lagers, we talked about that a little
We
too
talked
much.
about that. We talked about that a lot. What's another beer trend?
All right, let's talk pastry stouts.
Pastry stouts? As opposed to... Yeah, okay. I bangs with pastry stouts. I feel like Champ Libre could do a great job with that. By the way, sorry, Olivier says, lactose is just the sugar of milk we brew with le petit lait of the extraction process. So you use lactose. He said, Jason says, it was awful, IMHO, and then Olivier says, it was horrible. I think they were talking about the saison, the lactate.
Yeah.
I didn't love it, but I thought it was interesting, and I just liked saying that that Alex used lactose. Jason's like, just add me to the video. Okay, yeah, pastry stouts. I feel like Champ Libre could do a really good pastry stout. I feel like at this point, doing the shit that they're doing, which in my honest opinion is, it's just such a step up. I've had a lot. You have personally kept me up to date with what's happening. You'd always give me extras. That'd be one of the main things you'd always give me whenever we hung out. You'd be like, yo, take this, make sure. So I'd be doing content on that.
Yeah, well, Alex was always so generous with me that I always had extras to be able to.
Which was awesome, right? And I enjoyed tasting it. This last three, so all exceptional. So I feel like, whilst before, I feel like he didn't go as balls deep on the New England IPA, which it sounds like, from what he was saying, this is the first time they really went hard. I feel like if they did pastry stouts, they would fucking dominate it, based on what I'm seeing with these three beers right now.
Yeah, I don't see him doing it though.
Coming back.
You don't see him doing it?
No.
I mean, you never know though, because he did this, so they wouldn't have picked it. All right, Alex. We were talking about a trend.
What were we talking about?
Which was the trend, and it was a trend that we would. I was just saying to Noah now, and to the wonderful viewers, that this release, I've been fortunate enough to try a fair amount of what you've been doing over time, thanks to Noah. We'd always meet up, and because you're generous with him, he would always give me some stuff to be like, yo, take some photos, do a video of this. So I got to try a lot of the stuff along the way, and by far my favorite has been this release. These three beers are just so exceptional, and I said to Noah that this specific trend, based on how well you just went balls deep in double dry hop New England IPAs, and how crazy you went with like the the lagers, I feel like you could kill this trend in a fantastic way, even if it might be not totally on brand. I feel like you could do it well. Do you have any idea what we're talking about? What do you think?
And I said that you probably wouldn't do it.
And it doesn't have to do with lactose.
The specific trend.
Yeah. Or at least not quite like anyone else is doing it. It would have to be quite different.
Does it involve fruits?
It could, but doesn't have to.
No.
Oh,
but no, okay. I would say.
So it's not smooth.
It's not smoothies. No.
Okay.
But that would have been a good choice.
I wouldn't have even thought about you doing those actually, but that's a good idea though.
Oh, are you talking about like hard seltzers or?
Oh no, but that would have been a good one.
Okay. Because it's a trend, but it's not a trend that I would like to jump in. Anyway.
I respect that.
Okay. So maybe fruits, maybe not. Maybe lactose, maybe not. It's not smoothies.
They're both maybe. They're both maybes. They could be a part of it, but they don't have to be a part of it.
Damn, that's hard. Harder than I expected.
Yeah.
Well, now that I'm thinking about it, you might have already just done it, but
yeah, I was actually thinking that too. Which is the other unreleased one.
Pastry stouts.
Hey, there it is! Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, yeah.
Let's do an air horn.
It's nice to mention that this release, we were quite close to have a fourth beer in it, but we chose to wait to release it later. And this is I wouldn't say it qualifies as a pastry stout because
It's way too dry. It's like
yeah.
Jason says pastry
But-
lager. Chuck some Krispy Kreme in a
No.
fucking Simplicité. Like,
no, but yeah. Well,
these guys are killing me.
the beer we will probably release if all goes well. We're still watching the re-fermentation on that beer because there were Gaouette cherries added, and they appear to fermenting maybe a little more than expected. So we just want to make sure that the fermentation is done before releasing it. But it's so. What we mentioned on the label is Imperial Dry Stout with cherries added, and in very small character, and lactose, but it's very small. And the reason why it's very small is because there's almost none. The lactose addition is very meant to bring balance. It's not meant to mean that much like. It's not the main highlight of that beer. So the main highlight is the barrel aging of an Imperial Stout, a dry Imperial Stout with cherries, sour cherries added. So it's not that sour. It's quite. I think So dry stout is a style. Imperial dry stout, I'm not that sure because normally when you have an Imperial stout, you don't want it to be too dry because the alcohol content will unbalance the. You need to have a little sweetness in an Imperial stout to balance the alcohol. But since it's barrel aged and there's cherry added, we felt comfortable enough to deal with a very dry beer. So it's barrel aged for 1 year. It's not. I wouldn't say it's sour. There's no bread character involved. So it's not really not like Ziem, like the beer I did for the 10th anniversary of Tom's Capital.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was going to be like that, but when I drank it, it didn't have that.
No. Ziem was Ziem, and it's. I don't think I could like replicate Ziem, and I wouldn't want to do it. I mean, maybe one day I'll do a dark barrel aged sour with cherries, but it's not going to be like Ziem. And in this case, it's very there's no bread character, there's no sour character, so it's an Imperial Stout, a dry Imperial Stout. With cherries, and what is very nice is there's it's partly from the cherries of our trees in the on the land behind the brewery. The trees I planted the first summer, they're still young, but they began to fruit a little bit, and at home here I have the exact same varietal of sour cherries, so it's partly from my tree here at home, partly a little bit from the trees we have at the brewery. Nice. And the rest is so cherries from the market. But it's at least there's some brewery grown cherries in the recipe.
I'd like to say welcome to Team Lactose. Welcome to Team Lactose officially.
I'm not like against lactose. Yeah. I'm just against the fact that it's
everywhere.
I'm against the fact that sometimes it's used like easily, if I may say, like
a bit lazily, maybe people lazy.
Yeah. So it's like easy to get a lot of sweetness out of it, and it's sweetness that is sometimes there's no purpose to that sweetness in the flavor balance of the beer. It's just the only purpose is low. We want to be sweet, but it doesn't balance well with the hop profile. Doesn't balance well with the alcohol profile. That's nice because Craig's image is like stuck, and he's like chugging. Okay, it changed now. on my.
Oh, you think I was
my
like,
screen, on my screen, you're like chugging for 30 seconds.
I was thirsty.
But yeah, I understand the choices of other brewers that want to use lactose, like in pretty much every IPAs. I get that it's a good way to bring like a lot of sweetness and a lot of texture easily, but is that lazy? I don't know. It depends. We felt that when lactose is used like in balance with everything else, it can make sense.
Yes.
And it's a tool that we have as brewers to bring complexity, especially in a beer like that. But I still feel that in an IPA, you can bring that mouthfeel and that complexity with the malts and the yeast and everything. Of course, in a milkshake IPA, lactose is pretty much necessity.
Yeah.
I'm not especially into milkshake IPAs. I understand that people like them. I respect the breweries that do them well. It's just, for the moment at least, it's not my thing. It's not something I feel that I need in my life.
I respect that, man. I feel like this is a much more civil lactose conversation than we ever thought we'd have, because I agree with everything you're saying. I quite like milkshake IPAs, but I 100% agree that any overuse of lactose ruins a beer. It's really not good.
Yeah.
I like to make fun of it and be like, yeah, put fucking lactose in a pilsner or barley wine to piss people off. But I don't really want that at all. It was just people on the internet were getting mad, and you and I had a funny little back and forth going on. But I think that's great the way if you subtly put it into the cherry stout. I think that's all it needs. Yeah. Subtle, man. You got to be subtle with it.
Did you have a chance to try it?
No, I haven't. I didn't even put it. My fridge is a little rammed right now, so I got all the IPAs, almost everything you sent me is in the fridge. It's just the stouts.
And for hopefully it won't, but if it ferments maybe a little too much because of the cherries,
should I keep them in the fridge? Is that better?
For now, no. No. But if we get to the point that you need to put it in the fridge, I will tell you.
Okay.
But if it referments too much, you will probably be the only ones that had the chance to try it, because if it referments too much, we probably won't. We won't sell it. It's. I hope it stabilizes, and it's showing signs. The gravity of the beer is pretty stable by now. We're still watching the CO2 level, but it's I think there's still hope, but I don't want it to be overcarbed or anything. But that would be a bummer because of the brewery grown cherries, and it's a beer that I wanted to make for a long time. But hey, that's life, and at least now we have the tools to measure everything and make sure that what we will put on sale will be at what we want.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. Derek just comes in and he says, while #BIL, lactose barley wine is clearly death. I can imagine being pretty... Yo, I saw a beer last week. Someone sent me a thing and it was a lactose barley wine. I couldn't believe it. I was like, I thought they were fucking around. It was very...
That almost does legit seem lazy, considering barley wine's such a sweet beer. to
Yeah, what do you
begin
need
with.
more lactose in?
Really.
It's just like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Although I guess you could say the same thing about a lot of imperial stouts too. And that's
I guess it just gives it a route. If it's like,
I guess that my feelings, not necessarily against, but the fact that I'm doubtful for lactose is that it's not fermentable.
No.
Yeah.
So you put it in the beer, and it will not bring really flavor. It will bring texture and sweetness, but for me, the whole point of brewing beer and especially craft beer is you ferment something, you know. And I'm trying to be consistent here, but that's the exact same philosophy that I have, that I'm doubtful against lactose and smoothie beers made like the ones that are not fermented at all. Yeah, it's we're not in the business of doing unfermented things, but I don't want to be against innovation.
right.
Absolutely not. I mean, I'm literally the first that did a quadruple dry up, hazy, fucking IPA, and yeah, I love innovation, but I want, at least for me, for innovation to be well taught and a process. You know, make your research. You know, just kidding.
Yeah. You're right.
You
You're right.
have to not just jump on bandwagons and I mean when I the first New England IPA I did, like I said, there was no information around on Google and then on homebrewers forums, and I had to like literally call other brewers and yes, and stumble on stuff in convention. But anyway, I love innovation. It needs to be well made, but I think after almost 13 years as a brewer, and it's a trend, like the older the brewers gets, the closer to tradition they go back. Maybe I don't want to bury myself in tradition, but I have a lot of respect for tradition, and I think that the special edition of the Simplicité pays tribute to this tradition. But I think both worlds can cohabit, both innovation and tradition, and sometimes at the same time. But I feel that I'm getting more and more into saisons and lagers, and I still love IPAs, but I like them not too dirty, if I may say. When it goes all over the place and there's no balance and no sense, and it's just like flavors bashed in your face with like unrespectful fists full of, I don't know. it's you get the point. It's just like too much flavors, no balance whatsoever. Just I understand why people want these kind of extreme flavors, but it's just not my cup. It's not. I'll gladly leave that to other that if their business is well alive with that and people want that, I'm cool with that. It's not. Maybe I'll change my mind in 3 years. I don't know. For now, it's not my thing. Really,
no, it's fine.
It's an interesting thing. Like there's that. Like I feel like the smoothie thing I'm new to too. Like, and it's funny every time I have one when they're decent. I'm drinking this thing, and I'm like, this is an incredibly enjoyable experience right now. and I'm like, I finished this entire pint of smoothie beer in like 10 minutes, and I'm just like, that was just a blast. But then I'm also like, I don't really in any way, shape, or form by any stretch feel like I had a beer. Like I feel like I had breakfast or something. So it's like it's like I don't want to be against it because just to be against it, but at the same time I'm also like, I get why brewers are like, what is this trend? But specific to like pastry stouts, it's kind of the same thing. I mean, they are often overly sweet or whatever, but when breweries nail it, it really is kind of like an amazing experience. And like I remember the first time I had anything close to it was actually if Derek's listening, it was in his apartment. And
he went to bed. He said, "Hey, I'm not staying past my bedtime. Peace, lads." What a pussy! It's Saturday night. You fucking pussy.
So I was at his house.
Pussy. Sorry.
He had just gotten back from Trillium, and so he got a growler of. What was the first, like, one of the early ones?
Smoothie sour? I only had them from the Veil.
No, the pastry. Was that the tiramisu one, or?
Oh, the Trillium ones and stuff, they had them a lot, didn't they?
Yeah. It was before the tiramisu one. It was affogato.
Yeah.
So, and I was like, I don't like.
Yo, I had the Southern Tier pastry stouts in 2012.
And I never liked. I never really liked lactose in beer, but then I had this, and I was like, okay, I kind of get it now. It was like 13%. It was thick and muddy and sweet, but it was like, it all worked. It was like round, kind of perfect. And I was like, oh, okay, I think I get it now. And then in Quebec, Buck Canada's managed to do that, right? Like they've managed to create these imperial sweet stouts that, yes, are decadent and sweet, but they function.
Yeah. It's possible to. I mean, we have a. We will bring back actually the Imperial Breakfast Stout that we brew. Déjeuner en paix, breakfast in peace. It's an evolution of a recipe that I had in mind since a long time ago. And I first did it at Trois Mousquetaires. The name was Déjeuner Impérial. They still brew it. So it's an Imperial Stout aged in bourbon barrels. But there's no, at least, I think they changed it now. But anyway, let's talk about how I do it right now and how I did it back then. But it's not actual maple sugar, maple syrup.
Yeah,
it's maple wood. Yeah. So the maple flavors come from charred. So I take a torch and I burn the maple staves. Sorry, the wood staves with a flame. So the charring, the wood comes like very dark, and you get all the flavor, and it's in this way you get the flavor, but not that much the sweetness. It's still sweet, and there's again, spoiler alert. So it's going to be in cans. I was for a while like not too sure about barrel-aged Imperial Stouts in cans, so I'm like a little bit more old school bottle type for this kind of beer. But it's just a question of production. You know, our canning line is like 700 liters an hour, and our bottling line is barely 150 liters an hour. So it's just there. Yeah, it's so we can easily empty the tank in one day with the cans, but it will take us 3 days, if not more, in bottles. So for small batches, like the Éloge des Brettes, when we have like 400 liters, we can bottle it, no problem. And in these kind of beer, I think it makes a lot of sense in bottle. But Yeah, the Déjeuner en paix will be back in cans. First time I'm going to do barrel aged. No, actually, no. The Gaouette was barrel aged and it was in can, and the Simplicité Spécial is lagered in barrels also. But anyway, first time Imperial Stout, but we changed the yeast that for this year version, and it was almost an accident again. We're planning to use a very traditional British yeast, but the starter never worked. So we were kind of fucked. And with Olivier, we decided out of nowhere to, hey, because the brew was already in the brewing process was already started. The beer was boiling and everything. When we realized that the yeast starter was not working, so we had to make a quick decision. Salut, Jason.
There he is.
Ça tombe bien, je m'en allais boire ça. And so we decided to use the same yeast that we use for Nordicité, which is a Gveik yeast. So this year, Déjeuner en paix will be an Imperial Gveik Stout. Imperial Breakfast Gveik Stout. But
I'm out of beer.
the Gveik profile is very clean. You couldn't tell it's a Gveik. For real, it's just very clean and
Gveik or Gveik or Gveik
Gveik.
No one even knows.
Gveik.
So Jason, I would like to go on the leash, please. While I show you, and I show you the wonderful label.
First
maybe
of all, no, just shut the fucking up, Alex. First of all, thanks for inviting me at your broadcasting extravaganza.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for your leash. That was very entertaining.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate you, man.
Need it. Just Alex need it.
Yeah.
And Ollie just asked me, asking for me, just shut the fuck up, Alex.
Hey,
I like the background you got going.
It's a podcast, man.
Yeah, but just answer the question, please. No.
Well, I warned them.
He did warn us.
Question, but what about that Aragon cosplay with Ganondorf?
Oh, that's so good.
Please, let's go. We're talking about the Gaouette, or we are talking about.
Let me go get a can of Gaouette.
Rikita cider from.
Oh yeah, that's a good one, man. Those are great.
Nice.
Yeah. From the Schmecky set, just my neighborhood.
Yes.
Where are you at, Jason?
Yeah. Two good boys.
Where are you guys all based? I actually forgot to even ask Alex. Jason and Alex, where are you guys actually based in Quebec?
Alex live in Chambly.
In Chambly, okay.
I live in Saint-Césaire. Pretty near Rougemont.
South Shore.
Yeah, South Shore.
Far South Shore.
Far
Hey, Greg,
South Shore.
Right down the South Shore.
Greg, if I cut, because I have like 3% battery left, but if I cut, I'll call you back on the other device.
Yeah, jump right back in.
Yes, and meanwhile you will be able to say things about me and have a good laugh.
We can talk all about you, and we still need to get the Champ Libre history. It's 3 hours in, and we still haven't got.
We're talking about Bam.
But I think I like sprinkle a little bit of
You did sprinkle
the
a bit.
breeze history. Yeah.
It was Jason keeping you on the leash, though. We needed Jason here the whole time.
Yeah. Well,
the leash master.
Just plug your device, man. Just plug it.
Yeah, he's like, just plug that fucking thing in. Jesus Christ. You probably should turn it sideways, because now we have 4 of us. Turn it sideways, it'll look better, yeah. because we're in that. So, Jason, you own 2 IGAs. That's correct.
Yes, I am.
Okay, amazing. One in Granby. I've been to Granby. That's a dope place. And
Yes, one in Granby, and the Galerie Granby is the outlets.
okay,
And
amazing.
the other one is, in Saint Césaire.
Okay,
Just 20 minutes from Granby. Hi, Noah.
okay.
Hello.
What are you drinking now?
There
You're
go.
drinking some. Whoa!
Whoa!
Snap a line!
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Yeah.
Love it.
Shout out
Love
to
this
Amé Roy.
Yes.
It's the Excellente Conjointe. Is the
A very
Is
good.
David
the
Plass's
girl who
wife,
live
right?
with David Plass.
She's actually the mother.
Oh, David
of,
Plass. Okay.
Of his
Yeah.
children.
It's
Wife
the
did the
girl
logo.
who live the mother of the dragons of the boys of David
right back.
Plass.
Okay.
And
Yes,
another
she's a designer.
boy.
Oh, Alex.
Yes,
Alex
she's
is
the
gone.
designer of this can, and this can is not a copy paste.
Oh shit! What happened here?
Hi. I'm
Alex. Okay, Alex, you're back. Oh fuck. Okay, that cut the other boys off.
Really?
I thought it would have
Yeah.
added you to it. Okay, hold on. Noah, add.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Look, Skype is a fucking as a beast. All right, hang on. Everybody's used to this at this point. Look, it's if you're listening in 3 hours plus in, then fuck, man. You know, I respect you guys are ready for the bullshit. Okay, so I've called Noah. I'm gonna add Jason again. Jason.Gaouette. There he is. Okay, he was just explaining stuff. So I've added them both in. They just have to answer. Oh, you're gonna wear the spacesuit? Oh shit, there he is. I love that. Why do you have the spacesuit?
Halloween, man. I just decided to build this for my daughter asked to
be
a spaceman, and I went a little bit intense on that.
How did you make that? That's crazy.
It's a lot of recycled like brewery parts, plastic parts, and a lot of hot glue. A little too much hot glue, actually.
Okay. Whoops, I texted the wrong person. Calling now. Okay, hang on, wait. Add to call. Noah. Add to fucking call. Calling you back. I love it. It's actually crazy. Like, it looks like dead ass real. Is it like a motorcycle helmet with
No. It's made from
It's really made from plastic buckets and parts that I like glued together. It's hard to see, but that's a part of a plastic bucket here.
That's crazy.
And and there's actual actual light.
Yo, that's serious, man.
Yeah. I had fun. I had a lot of fun with that, and my daughter as well. So that was the main.
She was happy with. She enjoyed it.
Yeah, a lot.
I love that.
Yeah,
that's It's very. Did you wear it this year?
Yeah. It was the first year it was done.
It was this year. Okay.
Yeah. I finished it like 5 minutes before like going the street with my daughter to get like trick or treat.
Okay.
Yeah.
That still went down this year, I saw.
Yeah. I'll show you the pictures. I have pictures of the whole suit because there was actually that's nice to show
the actual. I just removed the helmet. The actual dorsal pack is made out of modified hop box.
Okay. Oh wow,
so
that's crazy.
Yeah. So that was so we received the hops at the brewery in these big box, and I just modified it to make the full pack. So
That's sick. I love that.
Oh my god.
Oh,
That
you're
was
back.
so weird.
What
Yeah,
happened?
it cut.
Yeah, it cut everybody.
Well, because it didn't cut me and Jason. We've been talking for the last 5 minutes, thinking that
Really?
you guys just went to the back.
So I've been calling Jason. Can you? I don't know if anyone has any way of contacting him, but just tell him.
I've been talking with him.
Like how? Just tell him to answer. It's calling him. I was calling both of you separately, like to add you back because I think it started a new call. Skype is so fucked, man. I wish Ecamm would work with another goddamn software.
Yeah.
Okay. Alex has just been. We've been having a good time over here, so you know.
I don't know why all of a sudden I'm back to my dude
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I was showing the suit.
Yeah, the suit. We had to talk
there
about
he
it.
is.
He's back.
It was weird.
There he is. All right.
It split the call in two.
Yeah. What's
Yeah.
happened?
So like I saw on the top that Craig was calling me, and so I pushed the button, and then it dropped me out of our anyway. We were just talking about cats mostly. We were talking about cats.
About cats? Okay, well,
Yeah.
we're having
That's
two.
a sound in your face. Okay.
I am your father.
No, you're not.
Oh, that's,
You can
no.
be my brother. You can't be my father.
Man, you never know these
Please,
days.
Dude, no.
No father.
Stop, Alex.
We were actually talking about something good. We're about
nice.
I think we're about to talk about the Gaouette beer.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
then we
yes, yes,
started, and then it all cut off. So I'm gonna go take a piss. I got another. I think I have the Chinook IPA in the fridge, so I'm gonna grab that. And talk about the Gaouette beer just a little bit more and how it came about. Because Jason, I thought you might have been.
Because you don't give a shit.
No, well, I do give a shit, but I need a piss.
That's what you were saying. Yeah. No, just don't give a shit. You're gonna piss.
I need a bag right here. If I had a bag right here, it'd be so much fucking.
Well,
easier.
literally, if he's going to piss, it's not
I'll be back in 30
It's just,
seconds. Just draw it out, so by the time I come back, then we'll get started.
Yes.
I leave it you guys in charge.
Well, if you let Alex start, it won't even start.
I can take a shit, probably, right?
In 3 hours, we will.
3 hours shit?
Yeah. That cheese behind Noah was the best fucking cheese I ever tasted.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was very fucking good.
What?
Yeah, the cheese behind. Because on the background of Noah is the photo I take.
Yeah.
So it was a triple quad, double dry up cheesy brie. It's just a creamy cheese, a French creamy cheese with it was really good with Exorcist, I think. The beer was. It was Exorcist or Saucisse Pinot.
It was
Pinot.
No, it was Exorcist.
Exorcist, yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. So the cheese with the cheesy of a lambic-ish, because it was the first Exorcist from barrel.
It wasn't the first.
Wasn't the first, but it was the
like
first
maybe the second.
that was made for customers.
All right, like with distro kind of thing.
Yeah, and made with barrel from Cantillon and yeast from Cantillon. Yep. The first batch was made from that.
Nice.
So it's not as good as it once was. I don't think.
Yeah, obvious. First batch.
Batch numéro 1.
Et toujours meilleur.
Toujours.
Like your face. Oh, he's back. We just stop shit talking about him. Hi.
Oh, hey guys.
Hey. Hey.
Here's a better shot of your cheese.
You like that? Oh, that's a good cheese right there. Ooh,
Yeah,
that's a
man.
nice
It was the
cheese.
grossest. Yeah.
Is that the cheese that went into the lactose beer, the Champ Libre? Oh shit!
Yeah.
No.
No, it was just a good
It's
cheese.
a good cheese.
I bring.
Never had this. I'm excited.
So yeah, we didn't talk at all about the Gaouette beer.
You guys were just talking shit.
We
Yes,
were
I want to
waiting
hear.
for you.
So thank you so much. I imagine talking shit, so I appreciate y'all. I initially thought that Jason, that you and Olivier both were like you were a brewer or something initially, but
No,
Noah
just
did.
a dude.
Just a dude. Just a dude running supermarkets, feeding the good people of Quebec through a pandemic. You're a national hero, actually, Jason.
Yes. 6 months ago, they told me that.
They told you that? I'm not surprised.
No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, now you can get fucked. So how did this beer come about? The Keller beer aged in barrels.
Can I start the leash?
Yeah.
Jason, keep him on. Keep him in touch.
Yo, freak on the leash.
Oh, I don't have dreads.
Yeah, but you speak about corn about a fucking time.
So basically, and this will be quite short actually for a leash. It's all Martin Thibault's fault.
Okay.
So Martin Thibault wrote quite a few books about different craft beer.
Yeah, everybody knows who Martin Thibault is. Yeah, it's just go.
I actually don't know who he is.
Maybe
Martin Thibault is the guy that started that conversation with us with Third Moon.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. So basically,
that's the guy who win Pulitzer for beer in French.
In French. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So
yeah,
we love him.
I'm joking. I love French. I love it.
Yeah. So basically, pretty much once a year, he's doing this trip in both Prague and the Franconian part of Eastern Germany. So obviously this year it won't happen, but he's going there pretty much every year. And last year we were quite a few brewers going there. Francis from Arcana, I can name drop. Francis Richer, aka the Fart Master, was there
from Bamford.
Were you there on that trip, Jason?
The guys from Hildegarde were there. So Aricana, Hildegarde, then Olivier. Back then he was at La Gabière, but he actually left just before the trip.
Patois from Sutton was with
Patois
us.
was there.
Yeah.
There was and Jason was one of the only non-brewers, but we accepted him in our crew because we love him.
And we accept them.
He was like, when you play...
I'm the special guy with like the short boss.
No. When you play Dungeons and Dragons, he was like the bard. Like he was entertaining us and like cheering for us, and we were like rolling the dice, the D20 dice,
the D10 dice.
And Jason was the bard. Like,
sorry guys, it's just too many inside jokes.
That's a lot. Sorry, Olivier was asking what the date on this beer was, the Nordicité. It's the 15th of September.
Oh. Olivier is still there.
Olivier is still here.
He's still not a father.
He's still not a father, and he's hanging out watching us dickheads talk, so.
Fair enough.
Continue, sorry.
That was nice. So, basically
it's not time to take a change.
Basically, Martin Thibault was I personally I don't know for the other guys, but personally I went
from the other guys. Yeah, you know them, but you don't remember now.
No, I don't assume.
Leach.
I don't assume what was your intent, but this trip for me was like I'm totally wide open. I don't know what I will discover there. I like lagers, but I'm open to discover tradition. And we really, in French, we say pogner or 2 minutes. It's like when you get like a moment of epiphany, if I may say.
Okay.
For me, at the Ropelt Lager Keller, so basically a Keller is the place. It was the place where they aged the beer, but it's mostly like it's basically a beer garden, right?
Yeah.
So it's very family friendly. You have like children playing, and you have like woods, and you feel like you're in Lord of the Rings, like you feel you could
I
be.
didn't.
Yeah, no,
it was more like Mordor for me.
no, you could literally be in the Shire with hobbits.
Shut the fuck up with you. Literally.
It's
you
green,
don't know what it means.
We even have a video at you, Jason, with the song of Lord of the Ring from the Shire team, team, and you're
Mordor.
But it's very but you have to admit it's very Hobbit.
It's a pretty
minded
goddamn place. This place is out of sight. It's just amazing, and the people there are just They don't have the same culture, and that's what I discovered about that culture. It's you know where when we go to USA or Canadian or everywhere, where we go in a brewery, we're just shit talk about beer and blah blah blah, and and we talk about with the brewers, and for them it's just a job. It's just goddamn job, and they made the best fucking lager in the world. And
well, I remember talking to Richer about it after he got back. I went to see him at Harrycana, and he was saying how funny it was because you guys would go and you'd be like, "Oh, can we see a tour of the place?" And they're like, it would be like going to I don't know, to a plumber and ask him to show you all the pipes that he's working on or something. Like it was just weird to them to like. There's no like.
It was just awkward for them.
It's just like the job.
It's
like awkward
for them.
and weird.
Yeah, it was. When we go to the second place, when we came back to Prague, to Praga, and we go to I think it's Pivovar, Unechice Pivovar. Man, that place, we're just they're fermenting in open space.
Yeah, it's like
open space fermenting. I've got some. It's like a tiramisu of just fermentation, and they made some fucking clear lager. And they're just clear and no adjunct, no
lactose,
bread, no lactose, no.
Whoa.
But they made it open space, and you see that.
It's still a fermentation room.
You've been to Belgium too, Alex. I've been to Belgium. You've been to Belgium, and everybody's in Belgium was like, yeah, it's because it's open space. We're taking the bread anomisize from the airspace, and that
they're doing open air lagers.
Yeah,
and they're clean as fuck.
And they're cleaner than us. With our oven cooking, a pressure cooker, it was just fucking space. Yeah. And we were talking with the boys, and it was just like big booths over there, and it was go, just get the fuck out, pay your shit,
there's
drink our beer and fuck out. Shut down!
There's an old school like way of brewing beers there that it's very traditional and it's very local also, and it's like pretty much every town has its brewery, like in Germany, like in Belgium, like I think this is where we are going as a beer scene. Obviously, there will still be breweries that will be distributed like pretty much all over the place. But at least us as a brewery, we want to focus.
What do you mean about that?
We want to focus more and more on. I still want to sell my beers at your market, Jason. But
Please.
the more I will sell around let's say 20-ish kilometer radius around the brewery, I think the better it is. And there's this very local mindset in East Germany and Czech Republic also.
There's a beer scene. There's a beer scene.
Yeah.
Here we've got a beer scene, but the beer scene is just comparison with the USA or the other New America. It's the old world with the when we go there and we trying to go there, but we've got this little spice.
There was something happening. There was.
That's fun.
Okay, so I think
I
know.
just tried to leech you, man.
No, I
tried
know.
to leech you.
I know what happened.
When we're supposed to talk about the Gaouette.
Yeah, I know. We're getting there. I know what happened there.
Man, we're still in the plane. We haven't landed.
I know what happened there. What happened there is we all felt an emotion, right? We all felt something different. And Jason, when we went back here, he was I don't know if I can say that. What it
was? No, just go.
You asked for a special beer for a special event in your life that has been postponed.
My wedding.
He was supposed to get married.
It was for my wedding.
But the wedding, because of the COVID shit, is not it's postponed. So we decided.
When you say COVID shit, it's my ex-wife. Yeah. Oh, it wasn't. Okay. Those two guys just don't know. Yeah, but
we don't know.
I'm still with this girl, and we're gonna win.
Yeah. It was just postponed because of COVID. So basically, we decided to do the beer, but yeah, it was very much inspired by the. It was
again, a homage.
Yeah, it was never meant.
And that was what I asked you and Olivier.
Yeah,
Olivier,
exactly.
But with us, it's just
yeah.
I want a homage. Clear. I don't want a clone.
It's impossible to clone a beer like that. You cannot clone a beer like that. It's impossible.
It's just gonna be a satire or a joke.
No. It's not. I think the goal was to make an homage to the emotions, the emotions we felt at that precise moment. And that precise moment was a well-made lager, a killer beer with a lot of malt profile. So it's not a pilsner. There's not that much hops, but it's lagered for a longer period, and it's lagered in a foudre.
And so and that was that was a real joke, for real. When I saw obviously like you told me, Craig, and to the rest of your audience, I own two IGA. I own two supermarket. I'm not a brewer. I'm a professional drinker with some professional friends.
No, but you sell beer. You do sell beer.
Shut up, Alex. You speak for 3 fucking hours. Just shut the fuck up, please.
Damn. Savage, Jason.
No, that's not savage. He's just a good friend.
Watch me shrug my way. I literally shrug. It's all good. IG. I think we
what-
say IGE. IGE.
IG.
Man. God.
Do you have a calculator watch?
Yeah.
That's a
That's
throwback.
amazing.
I remember them shits from like
Yeah.
1995.
Yeah. Yes. Was,
That's gangster.
You can play the Road Sandstorm song on it.
No, just would go there.
Yeah.
But like, ta gueule, man.
Go ahead.
So
I believe in you. You can do
Yeah.
it.
So, just what I asked was a feeling,
Yes.
and
Did we
I've got
nail?
a fever.
Yeah.
The only
Daily
prescription.
prescription is more cowbell,
more Gaouette.
more Gaouette.
More Gaouette. No,
I
but
think
it's just a feeling. It was just a feeling about.
Yeah.
I want a good lager.
Yeah,
I want
yeah.
I want a complex lager,
And-
a drinkable, quenchable lager, and yes, the branding from
is-
Ame was just on point.
Yeah,
And
it's like the
there is a
Narragansett.
Triforce.
Triforce from the Itachi clan. From,
And the
Japan.
the
it
logo
was.
is
And no, just the fuck up, man.
What?
Let me talk. Let me talk. And Killer Bear, they thought it was for the R. Killer Bear was as Alex said, just a place where you put the beer in the fridge in the mountain. It's a cellar.
Right.
Keller, it's a cellar. That's it. That's not a style of beer. That's just a place where you put the beer fresh.
Mhm.
That's the cellar. So we made this, and oh man, it's just standing, man. So we made this. That's not Killer Beer are not lagering in powder. They're no wood for fermentation. They're just but with man standing man. About man.
God, it is slow.
Historically, though, weren't they at one point done in oak?
Thanks, Noah. Save us. Save us
I
all,
mean, I don't
Noah.
know.
Save us all. Alex is between two paper.
Nope. Nope.
But you wanted a complex lager for your wedding.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's want a cheap.
Not
No,
cheap.
cheap.
Inexpensive. Like
Inexpensive.
No,
yeah.
sorry. No,
Thanks for
not
my
right there.
bad English.
Affordable. No, not inexpensive.
Affordable. Yeah.
Affordable.
Olivier
Cheap
said,
and afford-
"What's happened?" He also said he's
Uh,
a real geek. I don't know who he's referring to. Probably.
No, but cheap and affordable doesn't have the same
Yeah.
meaning.
Yeah,
You're
cheap.
real. You're real.
Yeah.
Affordable.
So you wanted
want,
an affordable, easy.
when you go to Germany or everything is affordable. €2 a mass, 1 liter of the best beer you got is like, man, why did we have to pay to $7 to an IPA in a bar? It's,
lactose.
it just
Lactose.
blew my mind. So the Gaouette, I don't know, Noah, how much did you spend for this? But I sell it in for $3.99.
Wow.
I spent a little bit less than that.
Less, like zero,
Yeah,
because you're an influencer. Show
was
me
a
my
gift.
show me your
Influencer.
boobs.
Oh,
Well, I go to Alex and just
Noah is a friend. Sometimes
Yeah.
he has gift. But yeah, I think
$3.99 for wood fermented killer beer for 3 months.
yeah,
pretty good, man. It's
For
pretty
a
good.
3 month lager, yeah, in a food, it's pretty unheard of. But in Europe, it's normal, and I think that's the spirit that Jason wanted to go for. I think that the branding.
Take less profit. I take less profit. We're just
No,
make
no.
the best beer ever.
I think
A large
I'm
audience.
very happy with that
You're bullshit.
lager, and I'm especially happy. The branding is absolutely spot on. It's a very
awesome.
beautiful homage to the Ruppelt lager logo.
And Zelda.
Yeah, also, so yeah, it's actually I'm yeah, it does taste good and it's nice, but the thing that I like the most about this project is that it all came together because of an emotion that we felt between friends. And this is super cheesy to say, but for me, that's the best reward / bonus that I can get is when you do something you love between friends, and I mean, different people are involved. The girlfriend of David for the logo, Jason, Olivier,
David was
me,
there too.
yeah,
Was
and yeah. So that's so basically, yes, the taste is good, but it tastes even more good because of everything that's around it and the souvenir and the emotion that we felt. And yeah, it's just and
are we speaking about Chambly? Did we are to the first question we asked him, or where we are?
I didn't even remember the first question, to be honest. I have no idea what's happening. We're just vibing at this point.
Hey,
I'm asking because I
it's
just
a
want
good
to know if
it's a good day because today a fascist was voted out of Washington, and we're drinking and having a good time. So
fucking cheers to that. And it's my brother's birthday. Just hit that, and he does the audio production for all this. So happy birthday, bro!
Nice.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday! So,
happy birthday, bro!
And is that a spoiler alert? But maybe there will be another Gaouette, different lager. Maybe
low rule edition.
A low rule edition. So this is a high rule.
You've got the high rule. You've got the low rule.
Oh shit! What's the difference?
The Triforces go down.
Okay.
It's darker.
Olivier says, I'm drunk.
Spoilers.
Okay.
But it's I don't want to sell the bear skin before selling it. You know?
You won't. Yeah. No, you won't do this. I won't. I will.
Skin.
I will. We're trying about. We're working about.
If it does work, if it does work, there's.
So, Mr. Gaouette, let me ask you this: the Gaouette written here isn't how you spell your name. So what's the deal?
It's a running gag. It's just a running gag.
What I thought.
Because W Gaouette is Jaouette. That's my name. The most Frenchable.
It's so French. It's so Frenchable. Frenchable.
It just leaks.
So Gaouette, just Gaouette.
I can taste the French.
In French or in English, you can.
Yeah, it just looks more German that way also.
Yeah, but the G and the G, the way just hold it. The G in the G, there's a J.
Oh,
Ooh.
Actually, it's Jasen Gaouette. So there's
Oh,
man.
shit.
Ooh.
Oh, shit. That's amazing. I don't know. Olivier said that's a lie. I'm not sure what he's referring to, but somebody lied.
Something's a lie.
Somebody
Yeah.
lied.
But so if all goes well, there will be a new Gaouette darker edition.
Whoa, darker edition.
Schwartz Gaouette?
No, it's a dunkel.
Maybe
It's a
maybe-
browner.
A
Browner.
Dunkel?
Dunkel.
so, and it's going to be this time maybe a collabo
Yeah.
between, I think, pretty much all the best lager brewers in the vicinity of, yeah. So
Who's the best? Just ask them the question. Yeah.
Who's the best?
Who's the best lagering brewer in Quebec?
That's a Noah Forest question.
That's not a Noah Forest. You
5
just don't want to
seconds.
answer that.
I think it's,
3, 4.
Don't drink a lot of lager.
Oh.
is it Chambly? Is it Chambly? Is it Chambly? The answer is Chambly.
Charles,
Chambly.
we will brew this in our installation, but there will be 4 other breweries involved.
Okay.
I just lost everybody.
Yeah, everybody flashed on for a second. The internet is telling us, what the fuck are you doing? 4 breweries.
Yeah.
4 breweries.
Why are you still
For
doing a
the
podcast
brewers.
4 hours later?
Yeah, right. Actually, before my camera battery for the second battery is about to die because I've killed
Yes.
2 batteries. Can I let me take the screenshot now because now we've got all of us on here anyway. I'm gonna take the screenshot for the thumbnail. Hold up a beer or something. There you go. Boom. Okay, got that. Let me get this one here. Fucking boom. All right, ready? Hang on, wait. Boom. There we go. Oh, that one is gorgeous. Oh my god, that is stunning. Wow, if I was our mother, I would love us. No, that's beautiful. Is there anything else we wanted to cover this evening? What else did we want to get into, or are we look at what are we at? We're at.
Let's let Alex tell another story.
Do you want to start the leash on the gin?
Oh yeah, talk about the gym. We have to talk about the gym. Let's talk about the gym.
Yeah,
Jason will
5
keep you on the
minutes.
leash.
Hey, Jason, let's do something. If I go more than 5 minutes, you can punch me in the throat, okay?
Please don't hurt Alex. Please don't hurt him. He's such a nice guy.
Stop me after 5 minutes. Okay, so the gin.
At 3:46 and 30 seconds, go.
5 minutes.
Is that the new one or the? Hold on. Let me go
Yes.
get it. Let me go get mine so that I can taste it while you.
sure.
explain.
It's 1 or 2.
That's the lot number 2.
Number
It's
2.
yeah,
I'm gonna
two.
take my number 2.
Okay.
it's-
So tell the
cleaner.
people while they're getting
So,
that one, explain
yeah.
it. Yeah.
So
talk about it.
basically, we are brewery, but also distillery. We have the distillery license.
Yeah.
So that gin agricole was our first distilled product that we first released for the holidays last year. So basically Christmas 2019,
Okay.
before the pandemic.
The before times.
Yes, the good old times.
Fuck.
So now the second lot is out. It's still a small lot, so it's still like only sold at the shop, at the front shop. So eventually we want to distribute, but for now the production is just too small. But it's a gin. It's a little bit of a typical gin. It's very rustic again. This kind of our thing. That's a gin distilled like from grain to bottle. It's brewed with a barley malt base, fermented, triple distilled in a very small copper pot, 300-liter copper still, and it's there. I don't know if you can see. There's a golden color to it.
Yes.
It comes from hay infusion. So it's basically a hay gin. So it's very farmhouse character gin-ish. And since it's distilled from barley malt, it's kind of almost like an hybrid between whiskey and a gin. So it's a strange beast, but sales are pretty hot right now at the shop, and it's kind of unique. And the gin hype is very strong right now.
Right.
In the spirit, in the cocktail / gin / spirit scene, gin is almost, if not stronger than the New England IPA hype that we see. The gin hype is so intense, and actually we had a bigger lineup for our gin release than our nice, Jason. Yeah, so and we will also release another spirit just before the holidays. It's going to be a grappa inspiration.
Okay.
So grappa is a Italian style spirit distilled from basically.
You grown your own grape, right?
No.
Okay.
We use grape skin from Vignoble Camille in Saint-Bernard-de-la-Colle. So we used is Chardonnay grape skin, and when the distillation process was over, we aged the grappa in Chardonnay barrel from the same vineyard. So it's
cool.
Nice cat.
Thanks.
So yeah, it's a barrel aged grappa.
Cheers, Olivier.
In this Chardonnay.
I think Olivier might be leaving. He said cheers, guys. So I guess that means he's leaving. I imagine.
Bonne nuit. Yeah.
Bonsoir.
We're drinking right out of the bottle.
Wow, that's fucking gangster. I never seen nobody do that.
And I'm very happy with the branding. Very clean, very basic.
It's really nice.
And actually, most our labels are done by a small agency in Mercier. They're named Duval Design. But we also, I just want to do a little shout out for the can of the special edition.
Yeah.
To Staropramen.
Yeah, it was clearly inspired by the classic pilsners, but
oh, sorry, Olivier. Olivier's not going. He's drinking with us. That's what he's saying. Cheers.
Still going strong.
He does.
Ali, pour vrai, I keep saying that to you, but you should take some sleep before being a father, man.
Just get used to it now.
Sleep.
Can I
enjoy it before?
Alex, may I, before you go to another anecdote about your simplicité volontaire, barrel age-ish, je m'en crisse. Genre, may I talk about the agricole gin?
Yes.
Wow.
May I
On y va.
an anecdote about that?
Yes.
Please.
I don't know if you guys ever been to Belgium.
No.
I'm asking a question.
I have not.
You haven't?
Yes,
in Belgium. Yeah, I know. Just zip it. I'm asking to the other guys. Alex, you're not the center of this planet, bro.
Sauvage.
Yeah, that's snap it. But in Belgium, they're in the ville de Liège. They made some juniper,
Right.
Yes.
juniper spirits that call it
Yes.
pique.
Yes.
Okay.
Pique.
It's very similar.
Pique. And I've been like 2 or 3 times in Belgium, especially in Liège, and I got a fever about pique. Pique, it's just a spirit of this place, and that just over the place, and it's fucking good. And this
So it
tastes like pique. It's not
Wow.
a gin. It's not a gin like in about gin in
No.
the English culture.
No, exactly.
It's not a juniper gin like
No.
the Breton.
No.
And
It's what I keep saying to customers.
pique.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a traditional gin.
It's a Belgian gin.
It's an old school rustic, atypical gin
Yeah,
with
and
the
on
juniper.
this. And
Yeah.
when you know that, and when you ever taste this shit,
I need to try
It's,
this.
my
uh,
own
you know,
reflection.
you know,
It's
you know
it's
that.
nice. I'm not sure I want to
not-
taste the shit, Jason.
that no bit because this is
But
not
Jason,
a
let me
good
ask you
gin.
this.
This is not a good gin. This is awful gin.
Well, depends.
This is
Yep.
depending for
Well,
for
This is
a
interesting.
Gin, for
Jason.
a gin lover, who knows only the gin, the white gin, Breton gin ish.
Wait. Bear with me. Define gin.
Littéralement.
No, define gin. Are you talking about London dry gins, spiced gin,
Yeah,
fruit
but
gin?
gin for
gin is
for the customers.
wide.
I'm
Gin
talking
is.
about-
So you're talking about London dry gin.
Yeah,
This is not branded as a London dry gin.
but
This is branded.
It isn't.
It isn't. It's literally says gin au foin, and it's not a London dry gin. It's
C'est littéralement écrit ça.
pretty much.
It is.
But yeah, we will again. Shrug.
Craig sleeping.
No, I'm
Spoiler.
listening.
Leech.
Spoiler alert! We will probably have another gin eventually, a more classical one. We probably won't be able to do it 100% grain to bottle because if we want to bring a gin on the SAQ shelf, it's just not feasible to do it at with a grain to bottle philosophy. But I will really want to at least include a part of our own brewed and fermented and
What's the markup of SAQ for your gin?
so the gin retails at the brewery store. It's tax included. It's $58. We have 17 for us. All the rest is SAQ.
Okay, so it's like $40.
Yeah, that's a lot. And the bottles, the pallet never leaves our building. They don't have to pay for transport and shelf and storage and all their employees to put it on the shelves. They don't have any costs. They only
still
take-
charge you that.
That's
It's-
disgusting.
It's
It
literally
really is.
in Monopoly, pass go and get $200. It's not even a joke. So there's a lot of talking right now in the craft
Let's
distilleries.
go to jail. Stop playing Monopoly.
Yeah. Craft distilleries are trying to, at least if because right now SAQ are taking like 2/3 ish of the margin. If at least they could accept for at least for the craft spirits sold at the distillery, if they could reduce their margin to maybe half and half. So instead of 58 the bottles, we would sell it, retail it, maybe 48, and instead of 17, we would have 24. Because at 17, only the bottle costs like $3. The label is $2. All the ingredients and the labor and the energy, and really at 17 we're almost break even.
Yeah, you're breaking.
Jesus.
I'm calculating, and you're breaking.
Jason is a better businessman than me.
Yeah, man, for real, it's just disgusting. Just invert that, and that's a cool version.
Sorry,
of craft alcohol in Quebec.
Yes. If
SAQ,
it's the same.
Are you on the SAQ shelf?
No, not yet, because we have too little volumes.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you're selling the price of the SAQ.
Yes. So
and you don't have
the
distribution.
No.
Of the SAQ.
Yeah. Basically, what happens is
that's
all
that's just a. Yeah. C'est du vol. Sorry for my French.
No, you can cuss.
C'est du vol. C'est du vol, man. C'est dégueulasse.
So by law, all spirit alcohol sold in Quebec has to go through SAQ.
Yeah.
And basically, when we, as a distillery, when we want to sell it at our own store, we have to go through a process of submitting the product, and we have to get approval. And I think by the interpretation of the law, what happens is our counter becomes SAQ counter, but for our own product.
Okay.
So we that's the only way we can sell our spirits.
It's mafia shit. No?
You got the same problem with a grain to glass producer in Granby. Distillerie La Chaufferie, grain to glass.
Right.
Grain to glass, and they do some pretty good stuff.
I will
selling over fucking racist.
Yeah, Siri.
Wow.
Ta gueule.
But Alex, this is my first taste of the new batch, and I like it. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit more herbal, but it still has that tequila thing.
Yes, you're not the first mentioning there is some tequila character going on. I think it here comes from the Quebec malt we use, and or the shape of the copper still we use, but there's something reminiscent of tequila. Maybe it's the hay also.
Could be,
The hay, the herbal, almost sweet side of the hay that evokes tequila.
Or it's maybe about
the aromas
20
and the flavors
minutes. The 20 minutes corn explication you've made last time. Maybe about that.
You learned something.
Paying attention. Paying attention.
Red corn is maybe a red corn.
You even drank gin from the bottle?
This album about corn. Red
Alex
corn. I don't know. I know Black Album from Metallica, but the red corn, I
don't know. What can I say? I'm passionate about this kind of shit. I mean, red corn. Right now, red corn. Red corn is what is. I'm passionate about red corn, man.
I fucks with red corn now. Now I want a red corn beer.
Dude, if
Yeah.
Jason,
Corn beer.
Jason,
Red corn and lactose. Let's go. Let's go.
Lager.
Oh, a lager, red corn, lactose. Fucking Olivier, let me know, bro.
Red corn baguette.
Red
Jason.
corn, Brett, and lactose.
if
Lager.
one person can understand me about this kind of involvement in an ingredient, I think it's Jason, because he's so much into ramen that he actually bought
Yeah.
the cooker, the special cooker for the ramen noodles, and I saw him made it before the pandemic. His ramen is out of this world, man.
Thanks, bro.
And I want to get to the same level of dedication towards an ingredient. If I sound like a dick speaking about red corn
No,
for
you
20
don't.
minutes,
You don't.
I don't care. I don't care because
I'm just
passionate.
jealous. I want
I'm-
to speak about my dashi for 20 minutes.
I'm passionate, dude. Red corn is awesome, man. You don't realize how much red corn is awesome.
Yeah, but just bring it home.
Yeah.
To make some ramen with
Yeah.
Bring it
Boom,
on.
boom, boom.
How do you say that
it.
in
Red corn
Japanese?
ramen, bro.
Ramen corn.
Olivier said he's
Uh,
he's down. He goes, I'm on it. He's down for the red corn, lager, lactose, ramen beer, whatever it might be.
Nice.
I
Or
actually
ramen, obvious.
because we have this série voyage, so it's our travel series. We have the Rio in the travel series.
Yes.
We also did Bangkok. Bangkok was less fruity, more like towards lime / cocoa notes, but
Nice.
maybe we'll bring back the Bangkok. But
So the next one is Chambly, because pandemic.
Chambly.
no, I have a couple.
Because COVID.
No,
More
I
voyage.
want
A little bit of
to-
sprinkle of COVID in there.
Actually, Jason and I are both, and probably Jason is a bigger fan of Japan than me, but I still very much love Japan culture.
Yeah.
And I asked Jason about would it be possible to actually brew with ramen noodles? Because it's actually wheat.
Right.
Ramen
Yeah.
noodles are wheat, so we could make Japanese style wheat beer with ramen noodles, man.
Yeah. That's what she.
and the invert. There's a French place. They call it ramen des drèches. It's like bring
What?
back your
spent grain.
Ouais,
grain.
spent grain. Bring back
Okay.
your spent
Spent
There
grain.
you go.
It's ramen des drèches, and they made some ramen noodle
Wow.
with the spent grain of a brewery.
Cool.
Oh, that's good.
I
That's
know
great.
one place in France. They
Uh-oh. Reset.
Uh-oh.
Stay there.
Reset. Woo!
We
Scott.
lost JJ.
We're back. We're back.
Yeah,
We're back.
That's nice.
No. Emmanuel
Are
Macron,
we,
je m'excuse. I don't want to speak about France.
Yeah, like France
Okay, let's
just
go.
throttled Skype right here.
France
But it-
Empire.
It might be a good time to
Yeah,
finish up.
it's,
Well, we're at
yeah, it's
4 hours
1:30 in the
and
morning.
4
it's
hours and
1:30 in
6
the morning.
and we're at 4 hours and 7 minutes just hit in. So that's not bad.
Eat.
Yeah, we did
That's
well.
me.
You know,
So, did you answer, Alex, the first question they asked?
we actually never got the answer to the history of Chambly, but that means we have to do this again.
You have a lot of information
I feel like we got-
sparkle every year now and then.
We got a little
Sorry,
sprinkle.
just have your sailor, man.
I think we got the
But
general point. We got the astronaut helmet. We got
Yeah,
Jason.
got a
We
lot
got
of-
IGA. We got Olivier admitting that he's cool with lactose. Like, I feel like everything's pretty good here.
And Olivier and his breath.
And he's
For
Yeah.
real, this man is a wizard.
yeah,
it's-
man.
Fucking wizard.
Yo, yeah. Honestly, these new beers are exceptional. I like, because of Noah, I've been able to try a lot of the stuff over the years, and it's really cool to see
Yeah.
the growth. How long has it been? 2 years?
2 years, yeah.
2 years.
Well, it's
3?
April 2018, so next April we're
3.
onto our 3.
So
Yeah.
For
Two
about
and a
2.5. Like it's extremely impressive, man. These 3 beers for this new release are all absolutely exceptional. Jason's right. Like they're just fucking insane. I'm so impressed. It's really great to actually be able to hang out with you guys for this long and just talk shit and like just hear the stories and the leash, yeah, keeping the leash on. But the Czech Republic stuff is fascinating because it gives us an understanding of what you guys do. These 3 releases are great. Everything else, I'm really more like, to be honest, these things are so sick. I'm even more excited for the new stuff that you guys are about to do. And it sounds like there's so much stuff coming from the gin to the more barrel aged darker lagers and collabs and other just fun shit that you guys are doing.
Gaouette pastry stout donuts
with lactose. Oh,
Not
again?
on my watch.
Not on your watch?
No. But,
No.
Have you mentioned the quadruple IPA dry up? Quadruple dry up IPA.
Hey man, you started the trend, so
There for it.
we expect it from you.
Hey,
Nah.
it was nice, man. Thanks a lot for having
or the
us.
IGA, the India Gaouette L.
Why not?
Why not? Do it all. No, man, it's a genuine pleasure having you guys on. This is a long time coming. It's as I said, it wasn't optimal. I would have rather sat with you at the brewery, but this is the next best thing. Man, it's amazing. Congratulations to you guys on everything that you guys are achieving. It's just fantastic, and I'm really excited. Quebec is the best place in Canada for craft beer right now. So, and for spirits, for craft spirits, for sure. It's
there's definitely a lot of creativity right now, and despite the pandemic, we feel. As I speak to other brewers, I feel the same on their side. There's a lot of, how can I say, the local communities from each breweries are really behind their breweries, and it's the best thing as craft brewers, feeling a support from the local community. You can't ask for anything more than that. It's the best fuel for our creativity, and most of us are artists, and it helps a lot. And if we're just well, I'm just I was about to say we're just dumb brewers, but I don't want to include all the brewer community. So I'm just a dumb brewer. But
Obviously
if I can help part of my community to pass through this shit time with good quality craft inspiring beer as well, it's my very, very, very modest contribution to this clusterfuck, and I hope everyone is well and everyone is will be there when all this is over to share a beer.
Hell yeah.
This will be awesome. I can't wait.
Wait. I'm looking forward to it. So to all three of you guys, thank you for joining us and hanging out tonight. Where can everybody find you guys online? Maybe I'll start the way my screen is looking. Noah's in my top left. Noah, where can everybody find you online, my bro?
I'm waiting for you to the other place. Cider.
Oh, cider's next.
And other. Yeah.
Oh, cider and other shit? That's my next podcast, bro. Don't worry about that.
There.
You got that. You got it.
Yeah. I know. No.
Yeah, me.
That them.
Oh.
That them.
This is look at a love fest right
You can go to beerism.ca. Wow, and you can go back a good 5 years and find beautiful pictures from Jason.
Nice.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
Nice.
What's the soot?
Where can we find Champ Libre?
Yeah, where's Champ Libre at?
Oh,
Chablis.
well,
Yeah.
we have a lot of. I think we're getting close to 600, 600 sales point in Quebec province. So yeah, mostly
Everywhere.
Mostly, yeah, it's
Where
we're
can we find you
we're
on the internet?
in the internet.
But if you want the
Yeah.
real shit,
Where are you on
Yeah,
Instagram
if you want
Yeah.
the real
you,
shit,
you have to
you're
go
going to
drive at the
Champ
brewery.
Libre,
Yes.
you're going to
Yes.
Mercier, and you bring your beer to Mercier. You see the alambic, you see the good
tracteur.
beer, you see the international tractor, and all those beer are fresh. Not like your convenience store.
Or IGA.
Those beer are fresh. Or if you go to the IGA Gaouette, those beer are not available.
Oh la la. Well,
Where is Champ Libre online? The website, Instagram, Facebook, all that shit.
so we have all the social media shenanigans going on, and we also have you can order online but unfortunately we cannot deliver. License doesn't allow us to do that, but you can order online and go get them as let's say a takeout at the brewery. Right now we have a special beer made for a kid in our town that is
Beluga?
no. The kid's name is Alec, and he's ill with a brain tumor. So there's a fundraising event going on with our beer, and the beer is made. So it's the kid's name is Alec. So the beer's name is Super Alec. The kid's is three.
Okay.
Yeah, he's 3 years old, and he's really into superheroes. So the label is it's an artist, a drawing artist that made a cartoon style superhero. I think it's like actually jumping, or I don't know it.
Anyway. Flying.
How do you get that beer? Do you get it at the brewery, or can you get it in stores?
So you can order it online. In French, it's Buvez Local, so it's BUVEZLOCAL.org. You can order it online, but you have to either you or someone you know to go at the brewery to get your case.
So I can't sell it.
Not now. For the last few days, the last week
I want to help this Alec.
I know.
Can't sell it.
So I know there was a lot of media talk, like the big media. There was I think there was La Presse, radio stations like CGAD and others, and also.
Sorry, I don't listen to you. I'm trying to write leash to me.
There was quite a few
Leash.
media showcase of that fundraising beer, and I know that there are. We've been contacted by one major supermarket banner. It's not IGA.
But for real, Alex, I gonna wrap it. I gonna wrap it right there.
Yeah.
Super good idea, and good beer for a good cause.
It's not my idea, but we're happy with that.
And not a good idea to don't spoil it to the rest of the world, because you want to go and give some money to this kid and his parents to help him.
Yes,
That's just kind of stupid marketing.
defeats.
But that's not the point. That's not the point. The point there is we're on BOES with Greg Thorne.
Ah! Fuck, yeah.
No, I get your
With
point,
and his cat have changed color. Cause the other one was brown and this one's black.
Yeah,
You guys are crazy. No, that's great. I love that idea.
Yeah.
The idea is awesome. So everyone can find that. Jason, where can everyone find the IGA? Is it just go visit you, or is there online things? What's the deal?
Yeah.
He's got a lot of them.
I've got 2 IGA, Granby, Science Society, and spoilers! I'm getting to the Twitch game, YouTube game, everything game. Speedrun, motherfucker. We're going to the speedrun. You want to beat Mario 64 in less 30 minutes? I'm there.
That's what you're doing.
listening to you. I'm looking to you.
Easy.
Do it.
On Twitch.
You want to go twitch.com.
Gaouette.
What is it,
Gaouette,
Jasen
Twitch.
Gaouette?
In French, because the speedrun community is pretty damn
Really?
far good in English, but in French, nobody's doing some speedrun.
Okay, so you're about to run the game. You're about to run the game. Literally.
No, I don't. No.
Oh, you
won't
will
run the game.
break. You
I
will
want
break the game.
I want explain the game for the French community because they don't know the speedrun.
Gotcha.
Fair
Okay.
enough.
I
Check 'em on
I must
Twitch.
admit,
And that's gonna call jouer vite.
Okay, speedrun. I get it. Okay.
I actually witnessed an event
Damn it,
of
last.
speed running with Jason, and I didn't understand a thing. I don't understand how these speedrunners do, and they literally break the game, and I'm almost tempted to say they rape the game. The game, like they find every little glitch in the game and exploit them to finish the game as fast as possible. And
I hate the term that you use.
I know. This is why I put,
understand.
Yeah.
I respect
know.
it. Boys, all
All right,
right.
let's go to bed.
4 hours and 20 minutes. We're done. Guys, thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Guys, if you enjoyed the episode, smash the thumbs up. Hit subscribe below. Hit the notification bell so you know when the new video drops. Follow us on social media at BAOS Podcast. So check out the long form audio so you can hear fucking legends like these boys right here. Every week. We'll be back next week. Well, guys, we'll see you next episode. Get in ya. Boom. Everybody on live, thank you for tuning in. We'll see y'all next week, next Friday or some shit. I can't remember. Just check online. We'll fucking tell you.
Wake up.
Boom, boom, boom. Peace,
Yeah,
y'all.
man.
Peace, peace.